Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 18 of season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League. We have returned. We're keeping it going with the greatest esports action on the continent. And of course, we're going to be here to guide you through it and bring you all the hype so that you don't miss a single second of it. Of course, my name is Snare, joined by Tendo Plays today to start things off. But before we really get into how the day is going to start, let's talk about what the day is going to look like as we take a peek at today's schedule for all the games. As you can see, as usual, we're going to be starting with the FIFA 22 segment, beginning with Unfaizdd taking on Young Savage, followed up by Deevak taking on TheBeastBianchi. Afterwards, we're going to make a quick pivot towards the PUBG Mobile with our favorite maps here in the Umzansi Esports League, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, where a lot of teams are going to be competing to accrue those points to get themselves up on the board. But of course, these teams are not competing for nothing. They're not wasting their time. They're here for the big pot of gold, and we're going to see how big this pot of gold is here in the Umzansi Esports League. $17,500. Quite a bit of scratch, quite a lot available for all the competitors that are going to be here today. So $15,000 going towards PUBG Mobile, $2,500 towards FIFA 22. Makes sense. No one has to spend it with the team. And of course, every single person is going to be having their eye on the prize, but still making sure that they will watch and be cognizant of their competitor in front of them. And speaking of the competitors in front of them, today's competition is going to be explosive. And let's take a look at what to expect here from the opening segment of the day. So we have Unfaizdd versus Young Savage for FIFA 22. Tendo, what are we expecting here? Walk us through this matchup.
Yeah, we're pinned against another Goliath derby here between the two. And honestly, I think we're just going to have to come into this one blind, right? I think, the last few recent games that we've watched, at least, over the course of Umzansi Esports League, have been pretty unpredictable, right? With FIFA 22 coming in with a lot of new mechanics, and we're getting a lot of players that are kind of discovering themselves in different ways and forms, and some that are kind of slumping it a little bit, right? I think Savage is definitely one of those players who's sitting in a bit of an awkward spot on the table, I think, right now, Snare.
I mean, indeed. Just as you mentioned, speaking of an awkward spot on the table, we're going to take a quick peek at where that is right now. And just as Tendo Plays mentioned, Young Savage at the bottom with Atibira, neither of them having been able to accrue any points. 2 losses to his name so far. Unfaizdd, though, has been a little bit in between a win and a loss for himself, so he's in a mid-table position right now. Of course, neither of them really able to reach the heights of Amasum, who's in first place, given an amazing showing yesterday, or TheBeastBianchi, another one of their squad mates, who's doing quite well, second on the leaderboard, and he's been looking very scary. And the person, though, who I think has been looking quite surprising, has been quite fun to see him, has been Bobo Beast on the come up, really showing us why he belongs in this league and making it exciting. I mean, you keep talking about how Mobizilla in previous seasons has been our person who just shakes it up, gives us the unpredictable matches. Now it's Bobo Beast who's taken off that kind of role. Today he has a rest day, though. But do you think that he's going to end up losing his place here that he's earned in third place?
Yeah, I think it's still pretty unpredictable on how this one is going to go, right? I think we are going to have to look at it, right? Who do we think is going to win between Unfaizdd and Young Savage first? And then maybe we can start to dictate how the rest of the table is going, right? Because I believe later we've got, Deevak versus The Beast. And I don't know where that one is going to fall, right? I mean, The Beast is looking good. He's looking great. But Deevak can also pop up with a few moves of his own here and there. And that might shake things up. So today, for the first time, predictions-wise, Dr. Sid's usually here to give that, but Snare, I don't know which way it's leaning for me. I feel like Young Savage hasn't really been performing up to par just yet, and I think Unfaizdd is just steady enough to kind of keep things under control and, wrapped up against him. But I think we're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen inside the actual game, because I think everything is still very volatile in these early days.
Volatility definitely is a thing that we have to be taking track of because, like you mentioned, it's early days, it's a new game, it's a new season of the Umzansi Esports League brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. And it's important as well for us as commentators to just remember that these players are all evolving as well, right? We've seen more than once that the player that starts the league is a very different player than what finishes the league. So we need to give them that room to develop, that room to build, to get a bit better. However, it's still, those growing pains can be a bit complicated when you have to do it against some of the very best, right? Although they haven't shown us their best just yet, Unfaizdd and Young Savage, these guys are top competitors, and either of them winning today is going to be quite difficult no matter what.
Yeah, I think it is going to definitely be extremely difficult, either side. I think, Young Savage with the more explosive game style, trying to seek out those runs on the wings and just trying to get inside the box as quickly as he can here and there. And then you got Unfaized, who, kind of, plays on what his name is about, right? Very unfazed in terms of just like keeping things under control with his play style, can be explosive here and there, right? But I think very methodical. So it's kind of like a contrast of what the play styles have to offer on the table. So, like I said, I think this is Young Savage's game. I think if you have to look at it, right, just based on how the table is going, yes, it would be great for Unfazed to win this game up, right? But he's not really in a dangerous spot just yet to really be panicking. But for Young Savage, I mean, if he loses another game here, right, we're gonna be like, wait, what's going on?
Oof, that indeed. We will see whether or not he's going to be good for the money, though. As we're getting into this one, the game has now begun. We start things off here. Young Savage versus Unfazed. The winner, of course, if it's Young Savage, he's out of that danger zone. If it's Unfazed, he just solidifies that mid-placing finishing. So let's see how it goes. Let's get things going here, Tendo. And, oh, I didn't get a scoreline out of you, though. What do you think? What's the score going to be?
I think, yesterday's game shook me up, right? So now those predictions, you might have to just start stacking some of these goals. So maybe like a 6-4 affair coming here. We're already seeing a lot of explosive action coming out from Young Savage as he's starting us off. Lorente on the ball though for Unfazed, playing it down the line. Finds a good opening here with Messi, running it down. Defense is tracking back well for Young Savage, so he's going to hold down for just a little bit, but a couple of options inside the box. Can he find anything? He's going to try play it in. It's the player. Too much face on that pass.
A little bit too much mustard there. I mean, the intent was there, the idea was there, and it looked very good in its inception, but unfortunately, it doesn't end up going through. So, we still have an opportunity for Young Savage to get his own goal in, and he's got Rashford, who he just brought in. Beautiful cross, but he can't get to the other side of the ball in time. Gets stopped by Young Unfazed. We're not going to have that opening goal just yet, Tendo. That was a very nice pass. Also, is this the only Messi that we've seen so far?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. I was like, Messi's an interesting one. I haven't seen Messi, getting selected too much thus far in this new season of the Umzansi Esports League. Big questions around that, right? I think maybe it's the in real life move that's maybe affecting that he's not really playing with the same kind of players that he's usually with, and maybe he's not affecting the ultimate team standings just as well as he used to. But now Unfazed, trying to string up an attack here. He's trying to pull it back. No real options. Defense is there, holding it down. Actually, Hakimi draws the foul. Here's the free kick. Playing it short onto Messi once again. Trying to track it back. De Jong's got a lot of open space to work with. Brings it back to Messi. Messi into Neymar. Neymar, though, it's just defenders on defenders there. There's not much you can do.
Very few options available from that position, so ends up getting drawn very unfortunately into the challenge. Loses the ball. So Young Savage, it's his time to shine now. Try to figure out something from this forward position. Hasn't necessarily been too adventurous with his approach into the final third, but now trying to slow things down, picking out the passes. He finds Mbappe, is in a great position, who gets the turn, finds himself with a goal, opens things up. And Young Savage, whew, what a way to open things up right now with an amazing goal from Mbappe, 20 minutes into the tie, and he's gotten himself the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, you can just see the contrast in play styles, right? We've just been watching Unfazed, create these build-up plays, trying to weave himself into the box, playing from the back. And then Young Savage just comes out of nowhere, gets one good run, one good pass, one miss, man marked, and then it's a goal all of a sudden. And now he's pulling ahead in the lead, in the steering seat for now. Rashford on the wing, trying to find whatever options he can. De Jong now gets dispossessed. Well, actually, he gets the ball into Neymar's hands. Neymar running it down. And FaZe can clap back early if he can get into the box here. And he does, but squanders that.
Yeah, he was being tracked for quite a while, and he was attempting to get as close to the touchline as possible before making the releasing pass. But unfortunately, sometimes that ends up biting you in the backside. And Young Savage gets a pass, pitch perfect. Mbappe, did he get a brace? No! The pass was impeccable, the positioning even better, but the goalkeeping top class. It prevents a second goal. Young Savage still stuck with a 1-0 lead and Unfazed, poised to try and strike back. Won't be able to do so, but my goodness, what a save.
Yeah, definitely big save coming in there. And I mean, that pass, just premeditated pretty much. He couldn't really defend that unfazed. Thankfully, the goalkeepers are here with their Spider-Man reflexes on the mission, on the job. And Unfazed now with the Young trying to build it up once again. And here's the shot! Whoa! That one came in like a rocket, man. Signed that man up to SpaceX or something. That ball is blasting the back of the net.
Yeah.
And it's 1-1.
All of a sudden, all the hard work that Young Savage has, now it's really hurting that he didn't get that goal. Wouldn't have been so bad if he'd kept his lead, but very quickly it's been eroded. Young Savage looking a bit dicey here, given how free he felt at the time of making that goal, and Unfazed feels free again. Picks out Messi on the far edge of the flank. Will he be able to get to anybody else, but also seems content to try and slow it down once again. Can he get closer in? Young Savage has already tracked back a lot of defenders here, so Unfaizdd going to have a hard time trying to break him down here in the final third.
Yeah, and I'm finding that Messi feels like a bit of a finesse pick coming in from Unfazed, right? And I think that's exactly what you'd see from someone of his caliber. Everybody else not really using Messi to kind of open up the pitch and push the ball down, right? But Messi is a great playmaker in and of himself. And I think he just suits the play style of what Unfazed tries to do while building up the ball. De Jong, it's a great pass onto there. Neymar to Mbappe. Back on. Neymar pushes it in, but defense is there, holding down the line. I think the wings are going to be pretty tired out at the end of this one on both sides, right? I think the way they both play, they're trying to drive it towards that corner, try to run it up, to bring it back into the box with pulling as many defenders as they can. But here and there, it's not really working, and the half's also pretty much over.
Yeah, it's been pretty much ping pong here, back and forth. And these deep runs that you've been mentioning keep happening from both players. And when one fails at it, immediately we're back to the other side. This one almost got inside, but unfortunately, the shot got blocked. That came really close to going into the back of the net.
I feel like if that's FIFA 21, that's in, honestly. There's no... the reaction time on these goalkeepers is honestly godly at this point. We've seen some cracker saves. And honestly, I think the players are happy. I think both ways, right? Because I think it's one of those things where you have to be, objective with how you're looking at it, right? Or because it's like, yeah, before it was really easy to get some goals because, I've seen a lot of players in positions where I'm like, yeah, kind of awkward that they didn't score that one there. I feel like they played so well, with their build-up, and then goalkeeper just kind of defends it, and it is what it is in some situations. But then you look at a game like yesterday where it's really just about how clinical the players can be with their finishing now, right? Because those keepers are on the mark, they're ready for it, and you'll really see the difference in class in the league now with who's really good at scoring, who's really not, and those are the players that are really going to suffer.
Ooh. Speaking of scoring, one almost went into the back of the net, but Unfazed on it with the defense. Rafael Varane kept it out at that point in time. But absolutely, from that assessment that you're making, we know, for example, that players like Masoom are extremely talented at scoring. We've known this for a long time, but now he's solidified it, given how good he was at scoring in this game as well. But everyone else is still, besides himself and TheBeastBianchi, everyone else is still struggling to post up really high numbers. We'll see how it goes, though. Young Savage needs to defend hard, though, here, because Unfazed might be in. Mbappe, though, does get closed off. Finds no real pathways to keep running, but will still find the passing lanes. Messi searching for Mbappe in the middle of the box, but that search will be terminated early because a strong tackle from Young Savage makes sure that he gets the ball clear.
Savage plays quite interesting as well, right? Because defense is always tracked back, ready for it, and there's often not many, bodies right up front. It's just these like key players that he's really, really good at using, and I think that's what's hard to break him down with. Right there, defense is good to stop it for now, but Mbappe turns around, tries to take the shot past three, but one of those is gonna get stopped. I mean, you can see it. Look, defense is there, ready and reset. Ball has to be played from the back here from Unfazed to try and get it forward, but there's lots of players in front of him to deal with.
Yeah, it really does feel like the way that he's playing right now, Young Savage, he's trying to make sure that he's as immune from counter-attacks as possible. Will he be immune from a straightforward attack, though? Because Neymar, inside the box, look for the roulette, but Mbappe on it to get the tackle. Does force the corner kick, though. great position to be in if you are Unfaizdd here. They'll have another bite at the cherry. Can they get it into the box though? Neymar looking for a partner. Will scout out Messi. Partners in real life, but just like in real life, it feels like the goals are going to be rough incoming, so it doesn't end up happening that time.
Yeah, and you see this young Savage trying to make that play once again, right? All his defense or most of the squad is at the back trying to run up, but there's just that one player making this rogue run that if he finds that pass, you pretty much, put yourself in a pretty awkward spot if you don't see it. And now, here he is, once again, bit of a wayward pass, but luckily it gets squandered, and Neymar's in! To some extent, I thought that would have gone maybe to a foul. It's fine.
Fine.
They're going with it.
Fine. What's the issue here? Everything's okay.
It's okay. It's fine for real. But what's not fine is the time on the clock, I think, for both players, right? Approaching 70 minutes on it. It's still level. And, I always say that once that first leg ends in this 1-1 situation, right? We get that best of one position where that one game pretty much decides the entire tie, and whoever shows up for that second leg is going to be the winner. Unless Young Savage has something to say about that right now, making this play here. Good passes coming into Rashford. Rashford now has the opportunity to pass it in, and he does. The play is there. Sitting pretty there, Mbappe. Gets the goal, pulls him into the lead. And now, Unfaizdd. Where's the response? What's the answer?
This half seemed like it's going to end the same way that the previous one started, with a cracker of a goal from Young Savage. 2-1 up right now. Everything is about Unfaizdd. What can he do about this? Ferland Mendy looks for the pass but couldn't find his man in the box. That was a golden opportunity. Going to look back on that one and feel really hard done by not getting that goal, especially if Unfaizdd will find himself conceding another. Fortunately for him though, Young Savage went for the explosive sprint, but didn't time the direction properly, so the ball ends up going completely out of play. That's going to really, really give him some breathing room, but with time ticking down, 13 minutes of normal time remaining, not that much for him to do. So if he's not able to get this goal now, he's going into the second game, not with that best of one situation we were talking about earlier, but having to recover from a deficit. Let's see what his defense is. Yet again, the roulette gets stopped. Young Savage says no.
Yeah, I think the build-up play from Unfaizdd is really good, right? But it's not really working on Savage because he's just covering all the angles that the options that he really has to work with. But he is trying to wind it up once again with the young. Good pass down the middle. No one's really marking on Neymar. Neymar can be troublesome. And this lob ball in, a rogue shot. And it's like he kind of heard me. I said that some of these build-up plays aren't working for him. He's going to have to try be a little bit more explosive and try something different. That was pretty different. Was it good enough, though? Not really.
Yeah.
5 minutes left on the clock. That's the answer for Unfaizdd.
He's trying. Well, the first part of the answer will be getting the ball back, which he does manage to do right there. Great interception. Maybe the last few minutes will have him on the ball in its entirety, but that depends on him. Can he keep this possession? Can he keep this attack going? Looking for partners here. Mendy picks out De Jong back in midfield, gets the ball back himself. He's very far up on the pitch. Neymar inside the box. Not going to try to turn again, but Achraf Hakimi will draw another corner. This will undoubtedly be the last situation in the game. Will he be able to take advantage of this? Nope. Went for a little bit of a surprise there to try and,
just a bit, It's saucy.
Catch Young Savage off guard, but unfortunately, Young Savage was prepared. He was ready.
Oh, hey, it's like the ref was watching that one and it's like, hey, no, none of that, because that one was on low key. But yeah, I think Young Savage definitely pulling in to start off this fixture quite well, and I think he needs this, right? Considering where he is on that table, Unfaizdd. Not quite out of it just yet. I think that was a pretty equal match, pretty level. It's kind of what I expected coming into the day with the matchups, right? I think it was going to be pretty competitive, and we're seeing a lot of competitiveness coming in from the two players. And now is the real question, I think, coming into the second leg here, is Unfaizdd.
Yeah.
It's been good, consistent, I think, with the defense. But I think some of his, finishing inside that 18-yard isn't quite up to par just yet to where Young Savage is, or some of the moments that we've seen with Young Savage, right? How does he really change his structure right now to not really affect his entire game plan, but just to kind of finesse his way through this Young Savage defense, especially?
Yeah, that's going to be the question that he needs to answer, right? And I think the main thing on his mind is figuring out how to utilize the overwhelming talent on the forward line that he has, right? I mean, he has the PSG forward line for a reason. He needs that flair, he needs that ability, but I think he's maybe relying a bit too much on it. And we've seen him that even when he gets into these really good positions inside the box, he would rely on trying to go for the roulette instead of just like a simple one touch into a shot. Bit riskier, but this is FIFA 22. You have to take those risks. You can't afford to always look for the 100% option all the time. So I think that maybe in his mind, his mentality needs to just be a bit riskier with the play, a little bit less one-dimensional. I mean, we saw him try to attempt that towards the end of the game, right? Going for more lob balls, looking for shots kind of out of nowhere that don't make as much sense. But I think that's what he needs to do, because the way it is right now, Young Savage feels very, very comfortable. And even the one goal that he ended up conceding, sure, it was a great goal from Unfaizdd, but if we had to replay that matchup 100 times out of 100, I'm not certain he scores it reliably in that particular situation. So Young Savage definitely feeling favored. And going into the second leg, what do you think? Do you think that he still is going to have that slight edge here, given that he's also slightly hungrier? Or does Unfaizdd somehow manage the comeback, rebound magically, and everything's okay?
One thing I have noticed from Young Savage is usually in the first leg, right? He's always a little bit slow, like he's turning on a bit of a warm up, right? And then in that second leg, he's usually just popping in and being a lot more active and just, trusting himself a lot more, right? So coming into the second leg, I'm a little bit more worried for Unfaized, right? Because, like you've been discussing and I've been saying as well, right? He needs to start doing a little bit more, creative options and just like try open himself up to a few more possibilities that aren't always that 100%. And I think Young Savage does it well because he just gets those individual plays where, his forward attacking lineup is just in the right spot, gets those passes in, and just sometimes just takes the shot, takes the the rogue play to go in, and he gets it just like this, right? It's just we've just started. You're not really expecting this defense. No one's really ready besides the keepers. Obviously, the rebounds on. Hey guys, let's go. This is where it really comes into the perspective of like, all right, Young Savage, what do you have sitting at the bottom of the table? Can you bring it back, take dominance, control the game?
Like you mentioned, he tends to level up in the second leg. So let's see if he can do it again here. Already starting off with a lot of heat. Didn't get the early goal, but definitely putting Unfaizdd on notice. What will Unfaizdd do here? He's back inside the box. Memphis Depay does pick up the scrambled ball, looking for the shot. And I like to see this little bit of a switch up in play. He's not spending as much time touching the ball. He's trying to drive it into the back of the net, which makes a lot more sense. And also really good defense here. Anticipating the explosive sprint, getting in front of it, preventing any kind of forward momentum there from Mbappe. That was quite nice because when Mbappe gets in on goal in that situation, we've literally seen from Young Savage what he's going to do already in the sky. So good on him to prevent it, keep the game somewhat level, because a one-goal cushion, not that much.
There's definitely not much to work with. Oh, he's got himself in. The defense was there. Yellow card onto Wijnaldum, and Young Savage actually draws a lot of yellow cards, I've noticed, watching the games. Can be really reckless, some of his challenges here and there. The pass is just so silky. It's in. Can he get past and bring it back so someone can take a shot? The keeper's back in, tracked it, and the defender. Man, and I just don't know. It doesn't really feel like Unfaizdd ever has answers for when Young Savage just does that. He finds these little gaps that aren't really covered from the defense. And look how well his defense is always back and ready to track in and cover up. Just seems like there's no answers for Unfaized as it stands. And if Young Savage finds that one goal to pull him ahead right now, then I mean, hey, we all know how the stories go.
Hey, we have seen that tale many times where a one-goal lead becomes 2, becomes 3, and then it starts to just have a runaway effect. One big thing is Young Savage needs to defend this attack, though. And yet again, very, very strong challenge. And, he draws a lot of these yellow cards. The Savage is in his name for a reason. But it's effective for the most part. It allows him to keep the back line a bit clearer. It also makes his opponent a little bit more intimidated about running forward, but not Unfaizdd, who still gets in with Neymar, finally finds the touch he's been looking for. Feels like it was like 5 full minutes of defending from Young Savage, but it ends up not being enough. Unfaizdd breaks through. Unfaizdd gets a goal. Unfaizdd resets it. We're back to even here, Tendo.
Yeah, leveled up now. And this match has really been back and forth, I think. You know, I think can't really call losing the driver's seat the most. Sometimes you're watching Savage make these plays and you're like, yeah, he's definitely in control. He's always good on the track back. But Unfaizdd, like I said, just the play style is always, you know, methodical, well-timed, and the shots.
What?
The keeper there stretches. Okay. And he's still in with this set piece. He's trying to run it in, but gets into some traffic. Neymar. Mbappe still here. The shots not really flying anywhere. Unfaizdd able to reset the ball. And like I said, you know, there's these moments where it feels like, yeah, Young Savage is in the driver's seat, but then Unfaizdd just flips it around, puts himself back in there, and starts to control the game, just like right now. And if he gets the next goal, I think the momentum will really shift in his favor.
Unfaizdd has been made a habit, a career out of pulling rabbits out of the hat at the last possible moment. He'll be able to do so again here. Messi's in through all the space in the world, trying to get past this man, not able to do so. Unfortunately for him, Theo Hernandez, very good, but not as good as the passing, and he gives it away to Laurent. This might be a perfect opportunity right now for Unfaizdd. Can he hold this ball up? Can he pick out his man? De Jong finds Memphis Depay, but can't get further forward. Unfortunately, his passing hasn't been as crisp as Young Savage has been, though his runs have looked spectacular, especially in this leg. Can he run on the defense, though? Because he's immediately having to track back. He's been overly reliant on the defensive blocks as well as the goalkeeper stepping out. And okay, apparently reliant on the ball just being given away because Young Savage makes a heavy mistake on the touch here in midfield.
Feels like he's giving up the ball a lot as well in the second leg, Young Savage. I feel like he's on really good attacks, or at least trying to create and open up some space, and then he just, you know, squanders the ball, gives it away, and everything breaks down. But he's playing it now with Dembele. Put him in an awkward position where you don't usually see him. Passes just a bit haywire there into Mendy's feet. Now, Unfaizdd can get this build-up play. Does have that wing option, which can be really dangerous. He has to track back. Messi now running it. Finds the ball. Defender's not really awake right now. He feels like he's got his head on a swivel, and that's exactly what happens. And now it's Navas into the box. He plays it backwards instead of going in for the shot, but there's lots of space opened here in the box. And Memphis is trying a bit too much, I think, you know?
That's when it feels like Unfaizdd has been most successful when he has fewer touches on the ball inside of the box. And it also feels like Young Savage is most successful when he can get Mbappe on these forward runs. He succeeds in doing it again. This time around, though, the goalkeeper once again earns his salary, gets in front of the ball. Also, though, he's dragged a lot of his team forward. Young Savage, for the first time, might actually be vulnerable to a counterattack. Fortunately for him, the gospel, the prophet, Achraf Hakimi, is there to make sure that it still stays fine, still stays level. It's okay. We only have one half, though. 45 minutes of play, 10-0, to decide if this is a win for somebody or a draw. Which way are you leaning right now? What are you thinking? What do we expect from these final patches of play?
It's like you can read my mind. I was literally about to ask you, like, hey, if it's a draw, how do you think that the table's going to look after this, right? Because it's like, it's a bit weird, right? You know, I think with that draw, because I don't think Savage is going to move up at all, right? He's going to stay exactly where he is. And pretty much the same with Unfaizdd. He's just going to stay in the same spot. And it's shaping up to be a draw for them. Like, I'm waiting for someone to just maybe make a big mistake and open things up, but yeah, I think both players have been really well regimented, right? And their plays are really good. It's just, yeah, the gaps come here and there, just like this one here, the shot. The keeper, though, holds on to it just so a little bit here. And if you're a Young Savage, you got to take a deep, deep breath after that one.
Absolutely. But to be fair, most of the times that we've seen these insane reflexes, it's been Unfaizdd who's been defending against them. But characteristically, he hasn't seen phased by it. And let's see if he can remain composed on the defense here as he's being exposed.
What a shot!
What? Young Savage. Okay, showing that he's not just savage on the defense. Give him the ball on the edge of the box, and he'll make magic happen with it. Yet again, Mbappe comes in clutch for him with a goal that surely had to make a highlight reel at this point. That was amazing.
That was amazing. And yeah, man, we don't say it enough.
So sad.
Hey, that keeper fell down faster than breaks, honestly. To stop that one, send it wide for the set piece. Unfaizdd needs to find something. There's still lots of time, though, to work with, at least in the second half. Shouldn't be too panicked for now. I mean, this has happened before. Savage pulls ahead. He brings it back. But he needs to really be the one to, pull ahead in this storyline for now. Oh, great pass there to just open up the field. Dembele on the ball. Gets the pass to Hernandez. Hernandez back to Dembele. Dembele on the run. Stops it onto Neymar. Neymar, though. Virgil is ready. Poised. And now, Unfaizdd on this attack.
Doesn't have as many players back as he normally does. Young Savage might be counter-attacked here. Beautiful ball to Mbappe.
No! What a ball!
The beautiful lofted pass over all the defenders. The header passes the keeper, but unfortunately also ends up passing the goals. So close. They could have been leveled up. And the intent was there. The shot was there. The direction was just slightly off. Young Savage now has a chance to put this one beyond doubt, though, because he's immediately back on the counter-attack, looking for a way into this box. But look at how many defenders Unfaizdd has dragged back into this one. Surely he's going to be able to crack this and indeed make sure that it's going to stay secure on the back end and still has a chance to draw this one out.
Yeah, it took a page out of Savage's book there with just how well the defense can track back in these kind of situations. I mean, the defense is ready for this attack, but are they really, as Unfaizdd is starting to build up Young? The passes into Mbappe! Oh. All right, and once again, the storyline continues. Savage scores, Unfaizdd scores. Yep. Savage scores, Unfaizdd scores. And the draw is shaping up once again as we're approaching the 70th minute, and that pass comes in haywire out of nowhere. And he's not really ready for that one. Unfaizdd, or is he? As the defense tracks back well. Dembele still trying to make his place. But yeah, everything's just quiet and steady for a second. But Mbappe looked to wind up the shot, but doesn't actually take it.
Unfaizdd, it feels like the longer this game has been going, the better it's beginning to feel for Unfaizdd. Feels like he's really acclimating to the strategy that Young Savage is bringing to the table. He's been very strong, for example, in the second part of the game at locking down his passing lanes. We've seen Young Savage has a much more difficult time getting past him in that way, and relying a lot more on these deep aggressive runs instead. And it's having an impact on the flow of the game. We're spending a lot more time right now inside Young Savage's final third than we were in the first leg. Now it pretty much is just Unfaizdd whether or not he can break this deadlock again, and he does!
Whoa!
With an incredible finish from Mbappe. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And just like that, just like grains of sand falling through an hourglass, it can just sometimes slip away. But it is Young Savage, right? At the end of the day, can make something happen. Wijnaldum on the ball now in the middle with Neymar. Young Savage needs to find a goal into this tie. Also, this is looking grim for him, I think, in this kind of situation. But he's Neymar. Can he do God's work to try and get past all the defenders? But not today, says Unfaizdd.
Not today, indeed. Unfaizdd is keeping his composure as per usual and getting better and better as this game has been going. And now is employing a little bit of game management here. I mean, never be above this. And what a pass. Are you kidding me? If this ball actually gets to Memphis, what? Okay.
The ankles, the necks, the everything. If he scores this one, I'm out. I'm going to step away from the BC and pull it. I'm pulling it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we say goodbye and thank you to Tendo Plays for joining us for this broadcast, because Neymar not just sent Young Savage home with a loss, but sending Tendo Plays home. What a pass. What a dribble play. What a...
just from the moment he kept it in the pitch on the touchline, I'm like, what? There's no ways that's not out, but somehow it happens. And season champions, man, the champions curse. I feel like that's just one of those things. Hey, don't you think? It always happens, low key. But you look early days
Yeah,
still, right, guys?
yeah.
You know.
He is. Let's just say this is a rough one. He's having a very difficult time right now. This is not the way you want. You know, the day after you are celebrating winning season 3, you asked him how's the first week of season 4 gonna go. Wouldn't have said like this. And he might have a chance right now though to do at least one back. Mbappe, yet again though, Unfaizdd, really living up to his own name as well, because every single time it looks like he's about to crack, he says nope, shuts the door on the opportunities of Young Savage and prevents him from getting the crucial goal. At this point, it wouldn't help the scoreline, but it would help his confidence. Must be shattered at this point with this very rough second half, especially.
Yeah, it's been really rough, honestly, man. And yeah, you know, sometimes it's really hard to sit at the desk and make some predictions. You know, you're like, all right, cool, like based on their history and their matchup and it's just what kind of game, you know, we're expecting to see. My prediction was kind of almost right. I was going for those high scoring game. You know, I said what 6-4 to Savage, but you know, it's kind of going the opposite side here. And I mean, that's no wins at all for Young Savage thus far in this season of the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Northern Gaming. And I mean, Snare, like, what's your closing words at least on that game? Like, what do you even say after that? I mean, kudos to Unfaizdd. I mean, I'm really happy with Unfaizd's performance, right? Because he was behind a lot during this fixture.
Yep, he was behind a lot, but he shows here with this beautiful scoreline of 5-3 that the game isn't over until the final whistle blows. Comes back in the second leg, not only to draw out the tie, but to win in its entirety with a 4-1 scoreline in game 2. Absolutely amazing from him. And honestly, it just really felt like he had Young Savage's number. He knew what the season 3 champion was up to. He's the most targeted player in the league right now. So we should expect him to have this big target on his back. Unfaizdd exploited that. And because he did, Tendo, you were mentioning it, Unfaizdd right now will move up in the log, but Young Savage stays even further down. 3 losses to his name. What happened? Like, how does this look right now? And how on earth is Unfaizdd this high up after what looked like a very shaky start?
Yeah, right. You know, I think when I came into this, right, I definitely saw this being a close match, and it was for the most part, right, until just the end, where everything kind of just fell into pieces for Young Savage, and now he's sitting there, -5 goal difference. Not the worst, right, in the league right now, but it's not great if you're coming in as the season champion, and it's not a good start at all. And I mean, how's this shaping up for him, right, Snare? How many more games can he lose until it's too late? Because that first spot is starting to creep away even for him, right? I mean, yeah, he's gonna almost go near flawless coming into the rest of the season. But I mean, who else does he still have to face? You know, what are those prospects looking like? And it's just this unpredictability that's happening in the league thus far. And Unfaizdd sitting comfortable.
Yep, but he might not be sitting comfortably for long though, because right underneath him is Deevak and Beast, both of whom are pretty much in spitting distance of points. Of course, Deevak does have the game in hand, a game though which he is about to play. Deevak's about to take on the TheBeastBianchi. It's going to be, instead of a Goliath derby, a Bravado versus Goliath showdown. Incredible. These two organizations, literally all the champions we have are from one of these two orgs. So, of course, they had a lot to live up to. But interestingly, neither of these players have tasted the Umzansi Esports League Championship, the crown. They'll be extremely hungry for it, especially the TheBeastBianchi. Right now, he's only behind. The only reason he's second is because he has that game in hand, but he has a massive goal difference towards him. However, Deevak actually beat the person or forced him into a situation where it was a draw with the person who's on top right now. So, Tendo, what are you expecting from this matchup between Deevak and the TheBeastBianchi?
You know, I think watching Deevak last season, he was another one of those wild cards where, you know, you can definitely see the experience coming in from him, but here and there he would slip up with a couple of these decision making and defending. And I mean, he's got so much time to improve himself, right? Because, you know, that's sometimes one of the best things is getting knocked down. Not completely, obviously, right? Because he retained his spot inside the league, but it's getting knocked down, trying to analyze where you can go better, right? When you're at a position when you are definitely still one of the best, you know, around. And coming into this league and this season with everything that you've got, I'm kind of worried for the Beast, right? Because I saw the Beast slip up here and there, and sometimes the Beast just, when he's not with the momentum, you can definitely see that he definitely starts to slump down. But he is a player that can work from the back, but he needs a little bit of momentum to kind of kickstart it. And I think Deevak, if he gets a couple of goals here and there, he can kind of try and shut it down, the Beast in ways and forms. So I think this is going to be an interesting matchup. I think, like I said, today we just have a bunch of interesting matchups because that first one didn't really expect it to go that way. Don't expect this one to go the way I expect as well.
I think with this one, what I'm looking forward to seeing the most is the improvement of Deevak in particular. We've already seen the Beast, like you mentioned, if he starts a roll, you're done. Game's over pretty much at that point. But with the side of Deevak, it's been a more interesting case where he's not always sure which Deevak is showing up to the table. If it is him at full form, though, we have seen him being able to take down the best and take the best to task. He's got the only draw right now, himself and Masoom. So a draw against Season 2 champion Masoom, I'm sure he's hoping for at the very least to recover the point here against the BeastBianchi. So let's talk scoreline. What do you think? I'm going to go... I think that the Beast looked really good with his opening games, but those opening games were also arguably the easier games that he's going to wind up playing throughout the league. So I'm going to say him 3-2 on this one. But I think Deevak's my sleeper pick for the season. I feel like he's going to be my big dog horse. What do you think as we go into the first leg?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, right? Deevak, just that dark horse. When you're in that position where you're not really, the conversation topic, you can sometimes just fall in the shadow and work on yourself, right? And then come back and impress everybody. So scoreline, I'm saying 5-3 to the Beast, though. Unfortunately, I'm, it's the Beast, right? We just expect him to be at the top of his game and close things out. But I think Deevak will definitely put up this fight. And everything is started, everything is going here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Umzansi Esports League here, hosted by Northern Gaming. It's Deevak versus the Beast.
It's not just Deevak versus the Beast. It's Deevak getting an early goal against the Beast as he gets the ball forward to Kylian Mbappe.
Wait. We're going to have to start getting replays here, man. What's going on, man? We're going to have to start getting some of these replays happening because I missed that completely.
I'm actually really surprised by how the goal happened because the Beast got caught out in a somewhat bizarre position on the center back, and that hole in the defense got exploited. Deevak easily gets it into the back of the net. Mbappe pretty much had free space to run. He looked less like a footballer and more like a sprinter, just with all that room in front of him. Gets the goal. Great way to start things off if you're Deevak. A lot of pressure taken off when you're the one that opens up the scoring against the Beast.
Yeah, right. But it's also, like you're playing with fire because one of those players that can work from the back, the Beast, and this just might kickstart that feel that he needs off early. Deevak in control for now. He's building up this play. One is injured over here, so we'll see what happens. But he's just cutting it up over here with Mbappe. Mbappe takes the shot instead of looking for the pass. An interesting one. Does get the set play here with the corner. The corner is
got squandered a bit. Feels
just
bad.
a bit. Woo! It's Hakimi. It's Hakimi again.
The prophet Hakimi. Let's see if he can make this run. He's not going to be able to, not just fully yet. Anyway, they find Ronaldo. Renato Sanchez takes up possession of the ball, but gets muscled off of it. Fortunately, because Hakimi has such high pace, he's able to track back already on the defense. Make sure that this run isn't as easy for Deevak as it could be. With Deevak forced to slow things down from this point in time, but with the lead that he already has, he's playing quite well for the most part. Really adapting to the formation choice that we've seen here from the BeastBianchi. But the Beast, like you've mentioned before, not a player that always starts at full throttle. He revs up, but once he starts the rev, it becomes really dangerous. This is the time to take advantage of that. Deevak's doing it so far, but this defense, will he be able to keep it clean? Because it looks like the BeastBianchi is a little bit upset here. He's not happy about how that goal went through so easily.
Yeah, he's definitely not happy, but Deevak is really holding the composure. The header was blocked.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Sometimes things happen and you're like, all right, cool. Just FIFA, right? I think that's the only answer sometimes.
Dude, these
Deevak?
dribbles. Are you seeing this? Are you
He-
kidding me?
I think Deevak and the Beast definitely have some of the best like on ball control, and you can see the Beast when he was attacking just now. He was just lining it up, setting it up so well. He's so clinical with it, and I think Deevak is another one of those players that can be really clinical with the movement in this game, especially if they've
Absolutely.
mastered it. You can just see from these kind of passes, and he's just in here with Mbappe. Mbappe trying to just clown the entire team, but too much in that ball. But
What? All right.
you know, sometimes trying to keep up with what's going on is quite difficult, especially with the Beast. He just makes these crazy, outrageous passes and finds pockets of space like that. And he's back. He's in it with Mbappe.
All right, we all need to start having the conversation in the FIFA 22 world about the idea of bans. Please ban Mbappe. Every single team can't have Mbappe. This is a bit ridiculous. Incredible goals from both Mbappes on both sides. And the Beast, like you said, he's back in right now. Definitely didn't look like he was deflated. Felt a bit inevitable with the amount of intensity that he was pressing up on the pitch. Now that he is back right now, you see what he immediately does, right? He's not playing with just hyper aggression. Now that he's got the goal back, immediately his players dropping back deeper. He's willing to be a bit more patient on the ball, wait to pick out his opportunities. Doesn't have to be as aggressive with the counter-attacking either, because he knows now that as long as the game is even, he's always going to be the one favored to win it.
Definitely. And it's even in an interesting way because both of them have scored, so both somewhat have confidence that they can score against each other. I think the Beast more than Deevak. I think that goal just opened up so well for him in the beginning, Deevak, that it was just like one of those. Whew, okay, that shot came out of nowhere. Looked like it was going in, but the keeper sends it wide for a corner. Corner comes back in. It's looking good with the set play thus far for Deevak, but there's so many defenders in the box. It's kind of difficult for him to get in there. Mertens able to turn it over.
Okay. Nelson Mertens finds San Maximin. How much further forward can he get here? The Beast not really having the full freedom to play here, but a beautiful cross across the pitch. Finding Mendy, finds N'Golo Kante. Will he be able to pick out the strikers here? Ronaldo's the target. Ronaldo got the ball, doesn't end up giving it up though. And penalty. Penalty. Eish. Okay, but hold on, it's fine. FIFA players are notoriously bad at taking penalties. It'll be okay.
That's true. Eh? Seen some wild penalties in the Umzansi Esports League, and now Mbappe is naming it up, lining it up. My entire English vocabulary just left me there, apparently. But he gets the goal, sends it to the top corner, and the Beast is back in the steering wheel right here. It started off shaky though. You know, I thought Deevak kind of shook him a little bit. But it seems like that was, like I said, you know, the fire that he really needed to just bring himself back into this game. And here he goes once again. It's a beautiful pass that he finds over here. Now, back into the box. But the defense is there to recycle the ball at least for Deevak here.
But he can't do anything progressive with it. Achraf Hakimi, yet again on point. The interception does end up happening. So the ball is being carried further up the pitch now. Ronaldo, who will he pick out? Steps over the ball on the edge of the box, finds San Maximin in pockets of space.
Ooh.
No way to miss from that position. He drew the entire defensive line with him. Deevak got trapped into the vortex there. Really key mistake that he made.
Yep.
Now it's 3-1. Beast is on form today.
I'm getting flashes from yesterday.
Ish,
I just don't want it to happen like that. You know, I'm really still believing that Deevak can bring himself back into this game. And, you know, the problem as well with Deevak that I've also noticed is once you crack him, he's cracked and he just spills everything. And that's kind of what's happening right now. And the Beast is one of those players that will exploit those cracks any day of the week. You know, he's so clinical with his finishing. That, yeah, if it's starting off like this 3-1, inside this first half, and you can question that first goal from Deevak as well, right? Like, was it supposed to be a goal? Was it not? Like, we were also confused with just how quickly it came in.
I mean, the first opening minutes of FIFA are always weird and confusing right after kickoff. So that's one of those scrambly situations. Any player who's at this particular level of FIFA
It's no sweat off their back to concede a goal like that. It's about the subsequent goals, the ones that are more planned out. When the game has had chance to develop a particular character, he still score in those conditions, and the Beast has done so 3 times now. You know, one of them was a penalty, but nonetheless, he's made it happen, and he's trying to also make sure that he doesn't get scored against again. And his defense has just been so good. Outside of these like really wild shots that have come in from Deevak, yes, he's found himself in good positions, but hasn't found really a place to score from. Great interception though, because that would have been a guaranteed goal from the Beast.
Yeah, definitely would have been a guaranteed goal. And, you know, I think game plans coming into the second half from both sides. Beast, keep doing what you're doing. I think it's working. You know, he's finding the gaps. If you're Deevak, fix what you're doing. Kind of sounds like a, you know, stark contrast, but doesn't really feel like whatever he's putting up is really working. So maybe it's time to fix it up, change a couple of things on the pitch. Like I said, I still definitely believe Deevak can pull himself back into this game, but he can't let it run away. You know, you can't let the Beast get this 4th goal or else it's a wrap. I don't think it's going to be easy for him to come back from a 3-goal deficit. I think 2 is still manageable. 2 is still believable. But as soon as we start to enter that 3, that zone where it's like, all right, you're going to need to first score 2, and then it's like you're working for that 1, man, it just seems to fade away. And maybe we'll get a nice fadeaway shot here from Mbappe, lining himself up in a dangerous position. The defense is there, ready for it.
The defense is prepared, and oh, Neymar actually gets the ball. This might be a counter-attack here. Deevak, is he going to be able to make this happen? Kudba, he's on the ball right now. Everybody's offside though, so he can't really pick out a nice partner. Does find Garecha on the edge of the box. Ginola unable to get the shot off in time. Gets muscled off the ball at the very last second. And he can't really put it into the back of the net. And though it was a beautiful setup, a beautiful build-up from Deevak, sadly can't put it into the back of the net. And we're immediately back at the counter-attack from the Beast, almost like nothing even happened. Everything's always been in this final third.
Beast is back, like you said, in that final third. Deevak's feeling the pressure. Ooh, okay. Good defense. Gets the ball. Oof,
referee.
That ref's gonna have to bring that one back. Stops the player right in his tracks illegally. Hernandez is now on this wing, trying to spread the pitch out, open up some options for Deevak's players. And it's just a line of defense there. But yeah, there's some gaps that are being exploited by some of the runs the players are making there, but Deevak's is not awake to see them. Maybe there's just no real clear-cut path to get those passes, and now this turnover can be really detrimental. Mertens on this run, aggressive run. Defenders are tracking back, but Mbappe is in, the danger man himself, but he's closed off well here from Deevak.
That was a very dangerous position when you play up against Gelson there. He has extremely high pace, like 84 or something crazy like that. So you saw how easy it was for him to lose the defender. Fortunately, though, for the BeastBianchi, defense does come in clutch once they get to the touchline. Feels bad. Deevak, what are you going to do from this position, boss? What you got? What you got? Playing now is able to sniff out here in the middle of the pitch. He finds Garincha. Golo Kante can't convert from there. It came so close, but he still has the ball, though. He still has the ball. No try again. Finds Ginola. Ginola gets his pick out Kidber. Looked for him, but unfortunately, Kimbembe gets there first, so there's not going to be a goal this time around.
Yeah, no goal. Holding on to the possession quite well, though. At least Deevak trying to string these attacks. Defense is just there, ready for it. And now the Beast has the opportunity to get a play of his own. He's waiting for a run, an aggressive run from one of the players. And look at that over there. I actually thought that pass was going all the way to the wing. Not sure if he played that one short, thinking the burst of space would work out in that position. But not really. But he still has the ball. He's still on it. Still has a few players committed up front that he can work with for now. And now we're waiting for Deevak to just respond. Does find a response. Defense is there. Defense holds it down. Now he can work from it.
I've been actually surprised to see how few goals have come from the explosive sprint mechanic, but now we do see Kudba. He's in, he's through, he goes for the screamer, but it doesn't go in. The 12th man denies him twice. Even on the rebound, the goals say no.
Oh my
BeastBianchi is gonna stay ahead by 2 goals right now, looking for his third. Oh my goodness, that was heartbreaking.
That was
absolutely heartbreaking for Deevak.
It was so heartbreaking, right? Because now, you know, the difference of not getting that goal is if he doesn't get this one at least, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, he's coming into the second leg 2 goals down instead of being that one when one is easy to recover from. I mean, we just watched it happen, you know, with Unfaizdd. But the
Do
Beast
something
isn't
about
letting up.
one. Ish. The thing about the Beast not letting up as well is that it's putting a lot of mental pressure as well out onto Deevak. Every single time he's dealing with these defenses, it's never really a guaranteed situation where he can be safe on the Beast attack. He needs to slot these goals back ASAP. Arincha does find Mbappe. Can he get himself into the center of the box? No, he cannot. Nor can he sniff out Ginola. So many opportunities from Deevak. So many interceptions from him in midfield also. And despite this, he's not able to find himself in the true goal-scoring position. And when he does, it's denied twice by the post. Will it be a third time that he gets denied? What will happen here? Neymar gets the ball. Too much power. Can't find Ginola.
But at least the game plans, you know, that I was talking about being implemented. I don't think the Beast really changed much of what he's been doing. It's been working for him, it's still working for him, but Deevak's definitely changed it up and shifted up a lot of how he's trying to play against him. And he just doesn't need to let this goal go through. Thankfully, he doesn't, right? Because, yeah, like we said, one goal would have been pretty easy for him to come back from, but now 2 is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
No goals in that second half, though, right?
That
first
is-
half was interesting, pretty explosive. I wonder why everything just kind of slowed down coming into that second half, right? Yes, like I said, the Beast didn't really change his playstyle. Deevak did change it, but why didn't that change then ultimately, you know, kind of lead to some goals? But hey, let's not lie, the 12th man was kind of doing things and stuff.
Yeah, that wasn't on him. He did everything he could. Did everything he could, you
really
know.
did.
It's one of the situations where he didn't make that many mistakes, and I actually really like the adaptation in his playstyle from Deevak to be able to play that more considered style, a lot less explosive on the runs, but also keeping him shape more often. It allowed him at this very least to make sure that, like you said, those goals in the second half, and that is a lot of progress, right? Given that it's not like the Beast eased up on attempting to get those goals, so you keep deny him, you found yourself in goal-scoring positions. Sure, he didn't get the goal, and you know you should have gotten that goal, but it's not on you. Everything that you were supposed to have done, you are doing right now for Deevak. So I kind of think that for him, he's just going to feel... I mean, we saw something similar in his game against Masoom. Game 1, he gets trapped 2-0. Wasn't even close, especially in the first half. But as time went on, he began to acclimate to the play style. And once we got into the second leg, he suddenly takes on Masoom 2-0 with no response from the Iceman, or Omni-Man, actually, as he should be now. So I'm kind of wondering whether or not we're going to have a similar dynamic, right? Whether the lessons of the second half of the leg will allow him to come into the second leg as well, prepared to at least get some early goals for himself that aren't as lucky, but also don't leave him as vulnerable to counterattacks on the other side.
Yeah, he definitely just needs to make sure he's awake as soon as that game starts, right? Because I think likewise could go with that same situation where the Beast just, you know, opens up with an early goal and he's shaken up, and now the deficit goes to 3 and you're playing the entire leg at such, you know, a disadvantage that it just seems impossible, and you lose a lot of steam and momentum, and that's when, you know, you get that situation where the goals just keep rolling in and rolling and rolling and rolling in, and it's a tough one, right? Because you don't want to put yourself in that spot, but sometimes it can just happen, especially when you're trying to adapt to the play style of a, you know, a specific player like the Beast especially, and then he goes ahead and adapts himself, and then what can you do next?
We will see what will be done next as we get into the second leg right now. Deevak taking on the TheBeastBianchi. 2 titans of the game, 2 talismans in many respects of their respective organizations, but neither of them have tasted the glory of the Umzansi Esports League crown. Will this be their season? Will season 4 finally be the time? First, it comes with this matchup. You need the points, which the Beast, for now, has claimed, and also, should nothing change, he's currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard. As usual, we saw this from him in Season 3 as well, and although he ended the season top seed, wasn't able to convert that into a championship. What can he do here, though, as he's looking for an early goal? Ronaldo with these dribbles. Ronaldo still on the ball, despite the strong challenge. Gets it off to Mbappe. Mbappe gets past this man, finds a space, doesn't get off the shot just yet, though. He wants a better opportunity. That opportunity not just here.
And he's still on the ball somehow. Finally gets past. But the save.
The keeper.
Oh my goodness. All right. All right. That save was just something else.
Yeah, that save was something else. The keeper just stood his ground and had to just absorb that one. But the header comes through. Header goes on top of the post. And at least that situation, you know, I was worried about didn't happen, where the Beast scores really early and puts Deevak at this really big disadvantage. But I'm saying that as he's making this attack, and you know how that goes. Speak about it, it will happen. Okay, it goes out for a goal kick at least. Deevak now needs to start his own engine, I think.
Deevak, you know, still a lot of hope available towards himself. Like we mentioned, the deficit as it stands right now, not the largest in the world. So he can come back. We, in fact, have seen comebacks, not just in general, but from him specifically, from similar situations. But he needs to make sure that he prevents the Beast from scoring. But the Beast has been on form with his ball control. You were talking about how good these players are on it. The Beast absolutely showing why he's the best at the business, on the dribbles, on the ball control. Just his ability to keep the ball at his feet whilst he's in attacking positions, pretty much unparalleled in South Africa right now.
Yeah, it's probably, you know, some of the best out there as well. Just looking at how methodically he is going about it, but
Okay. Deevak? All right.
Deevak? Hello?
Listen.
What?
Doesn't matter if you score by a hook or by a crook. As long as you score, it's fine. Throws it in with Garincha. Nobody was expecting that. Least of all, the Beast, and it goes into the back of the net. Suddenly, it's only a 1-goal deficit. He opens up the scoreline here, and he looks like he wants to get another one. But I'm getting a lot of flashbacks from game one. Similar opening with the Beast high on the press, but Deevak getting the early surprise goal here, Tendo.
Yeah, it feels like history's repeating itself, and we already know how history went in the first leg. I hope it doesn't go exactly the same way, you know, at least for Deevak's sake, but the Beast would be hoping for that one as he's building up some play here. Defense is tracking back quite well, and they're holding the middle as well. It doesn't really seem like he's giving many options, and there they all go, stopping it. He's about to make this play for himself now, Deevak, and if he can get this goal, we really got a game in our hands. It'll really be explosive. Neymar, back to Hernandez, Neymar, De Bruyne, playing it. Kante, everyone's offside. That trap was looking good, but snuffed it out there, Deevak, and now he's gonna play it. This is going out for a throw-in.
Yeah, he draws the throw in, keeps the ball in possession. Might not be the most ideal position to have this ball, but you know, it's still okay, as long as he wins this contest, which he will be able to. Let's see how much further up he can play this right now. Deevak. Oh, what a dribble. It's past Martins there. This is a beautiful position to be in. Garincha, the goal scorer, can't pick out the target, man. Sadly, Kimbepe. Yo, like, not a lot of people are using Kimbepe, only like 1 or 2 players, but when he comes in clutch, he comes in hella clutch, and he prevents another goal there. And the BeastBianchi can start up the attack.
Just a couple of passing plays coming in from the Beast, trying to spread open the pitch, but not really sucking in any of the players. Guys, hold on. What is going on here? What is this man doing? Why is he still got the ball in his legs? He's still making the play here with Kante. Kante into Mbappe. Mbappe's in a dangerous spot as usual. Mbappe tries to pull the trigger, but just not yet. Loses the ball into the hands, at least, of Ronaldo. Ronaldo tries to play it, reset it. Kante does. And now the Beast still on it. The Beast with Mbappe once again. And if Mbappe gets through, it's dangerous. It's not. Deevak holds himself just for a little bit.
Deevak looks like a man renewed right now. Even the way he's defending, not doing as much, leaving as much gaps to be passed through, not leaving any openings to be dribbled past either. And with this renewed vigor, allowing him to actually look competitive here. The second goal that he desperately needs might still come, and the way it's looking right now, it might be coming sooner in the Beast's own goal. But the Beast has also shown a capability of adapting. What will he be able to make happen here? A run forward from Renato Sanchez gets held up, but no progression forward. Also love the fact that on both teams, N'Golo Kante is there. A bit too good, although it does seem like the BeastBianchi today swapped out Paul Pogba for Renato Sanchez. Might have a little bit of the influence of how farther up his team is getting. What a tackle also from Deevak. That would have easily been a goal, but he's on point with the presence on the defense. Keeps it going for now, Tendo.
Yeah, but it also just feels like he can't get the ball. The Beast is just retaining it so well down the middle. And here he is once again. Whoa, that pass was something. Thankfully, the defender's awake to stop it. And this is a beautiful lob coming in here from Deevak. If Neymar can get this one, it's going to be huge for him. And it is indeed. It goes past two people, but the player's still on.
No!
The defender is there. It's Kimpembe again.
No,
A brick wall, a barrier at this point for Deevak.
Wow. All right, so Kimpembe is indeed this major brick wall, but at the same time, Deevak messed up so hard there.
Yeah.
I don't think he actually expected the ball to come in and actually get to Mbappe. He was expecting Ginola to be on the other side of it. Took him a second to realize that, wait, I'm in the middle of the box. I don't have defenders around me. It's a perfect time to shoot, but by the time the realization sets in, he gets the shot off, but it's not as clean as he would otherwise have it be. Feels so bad. That would have been the goal that brought him back level, but he failed to get it. But at the same time, Tendo, he might have not gotten that goal, but all the real goal-scoring positions have come from him in this game so far.
Yeah, definitely it has come from him. I think the only problem is what's making this a tie still feel like it's leaning towards the Beast is just the possession that he's had, right? He's always in a dangerous position on the side of where Deevak is. But when Deevak does get the ball, man, it has been, more successful in terms of looking like a potential goal over what we've been seeing from the Beast thus far. But the Beast is still online. He's still here to play. I just think waiting for that opportunity where he can just burst to life, become a real nuisance. Knows he's still in the lead, so doesn't really need to panic for now. Deevak probably feeling a little bit of pressure. I mean, he's still a goal down. Can find it. We've definitely seen that. But the Beast isn't letting up just yet.
Yeah. And right now, all the pressure is also on Deevak to make sure he does not concede a goal. If he concedes a goal now, absolutely devastating for him. It really hurt his chances of being able to retain at least a point from this matchup. Now we're going to the second and final half of this tie. Not a lot of opportunities left for Deevak. Beautiful defensing though. Great man, I've been loving what he's doing here with cutting out all of these passing lanes. Been just wonderful to see, and it feels like it's also taking a toll on the Beast because he's not being as adventurous anymore with how he's attacking, opting instead to try and slowly build this one up.
Oh! Okay.
What?
Okay.
All right, ban Mbappe. Ban Mbappe. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Honestly,
Mbappe doesn't miss, eh? I'm telling you, if Mbappe has the ball, I'm shaking here. I'm ready to scream at the top of my lungs because he just doesn't miss. Regardless of who's controlling Mbappe, and especially with the Beast, I think the Beast is most clinical with Mbappe, the most controls with Mbappe, and just a menace, honestly, to say the least.
oh my goodness.
Fuck, man. Eish.
The heart breaks for him, right? You bleed for this man right now, given that he was so close to being able to tie this one up. But that goal, yet again, puts him 2 goals out of pace. 1-1 in game number 2. On aggregate, we are sitting at 4-2. Deevak has all his work ahead of him to try and get back into this one. But now that he's gotten that goal, already conceded, now it's really looking like deja vu from that previous matchup, given how the Beast now might be smelling a little bit more blood in the water.
Yeah, and it's starting to worry about how, hard is this defeat going to be and how much more you still have in the tank. And it seems like you still got a lot, and Mbappe takes the shot once again. But the goalkeeper, Donnarumma, is there. And I think also another one of those picks that's just been superb. I think it's definitely the height as well on him. It just seems unstoppable. He's there to stretch out at pretty much any single shot, and it's even hard to get lob shots in. So yeah, that's just been one of the many issues that Deevak has had to deal with today.
Yep, Gianluigi Donnarumma been very effective in the goals, and Deevak, although he's been able to bypass him twice, it hasn't been enough so far. Sadly, also got denied by the top man. Let's see what he can make happen here though. Deevak running in. Deevak gets the cross in, and Donnarumma, all right, comes in, gets the ball. Unfortunately, almost assassinates Ginola in the process, but I don't think FIFA has that kind of injury detection just yet. We're not that far in the future. Maybe FIFA 29 will get it.
That man was rolling as well, right? Damn. Hope he's okay. Seems so. Back on the pitch, right? All right, let's see what Deevak has here. Because he really needs to find something. The option
Nice ball.
is good. Really nice ball. But there's a lot of defenders. Finds the pass. The player seems a little bit flying. And the Beast is back with the ball. Yeah, but it goes out. Maybe a throw in.
I'm hoping that the next week that we see the Deevak play that I understand why Ginola's in the team, but he seems to be letting him down so much in the final third with his reflexes. Like when he gets the ball, it takes him so long. Yeah, to get the turns. Yeah, it's not working.
It's not really, a powerful player in that position. I think, there's so many other people that he probably could have put there, right? But sometimes, like I said, it's one of those finesse picks like Messi, coming in. We don't see Messi as often, but Messi's still really good here and there. But as it stands, Deevak still this deficit. Still needs to find something. Beast is kind of just been lounging the whole day, I feel. Yeah, he's been under pressure here and there, but he's handled it quite well, and he's still looking so good on the ball, even in these dying embers of the game.
The second half performance from the TheBeastBianchi, the adaptation from him has been wonderful. It's allowed him to keep this lead and protect it. As the game does tick down, we get in a position where he's now really starting to sniff the fragrant smell, the pleasing aroma of being top of the board again. Can Deevak stop him? Oh no. Can he stop even this attack? He can, but only by throwing the foul.
They had to pull the man back, dude.
That's happened sometimes. I understand.
That's happened sometimes. So also it's just a wrap, Whole difference as well. You got to start worrying about that. And it's those little margins, like, that we're always speaking about, where it's like, hey, if it comes through, it's going to be tough. And I find ties like this, it's always you watching a team that's really struggling in the situation. I felt like the last game we were watching both teams, right? Who's going to pop up next? Is Young Savage, is Unfaizdd, is this back and forth. But this one hasn't really felt the same. You've definitely been just trying to keep your eye on Deevak and see what he can do, because the Beast, as soon as he gets it, he's kind of got it on lock, kind of got it under control. Deevak now on that attack. Can he make something happen? Wijnaldum.
Offside, very offside.
Yeah, very offside. And it's Ginola again, dude. I don't know, man.
Get him off here.
Not a fan.
Get him off the team, man. Come on. If that was like, can you just imagine if the Ginola was, say, a Ronaldo, hell, even a Fakir in that same situation would have been a lot better.
But even Rashford, maybe even sometimes can be a good option in the middle.
What's also great, the nice thing about these crazy goalkeepers is that they allow us a lot more time to talk, Tendo. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. 5 minutes left as well, so I think the fate of this one is pretty much decided as well, right? So I don't think Deevak really has it in him to bring it back. I also think that the Beast isn't going to really let him score another goal unless some moment of magic happens here, but nah, defense is there. Like Johannesburg traffic ready to stop him.
It was like he deflated since that second goal came against him. And since then, or this first one in this game, since that goal came up from the Beast, it doesn't really feel like we've seen the best from Deevak. And, okay, that would have been something else, but doesn't matter. Like you mentioned about how the Beast is sort of lounging, and he kind of is. He knows that, like, the degree of work that Deevak has to do to beat him is much higher than the degree of work he has to do just to maintain this lead. He has to take fewer risks. He doesn't have to do as many crazy things. Kind of the only time we've seen him play crazy on the ball was when he scored the goal needed to secure the whole game. And then after that, that's it. It's a wrap. It's done. 1-1 is the score. The second half is over. The TheBeastBianchi has secured this game. It's a draw in the second leg, but a very strong performance in leg number 1 gives them enough of an advantage to walk through, carry his 3 points home, and yet again, the TheBeastBianchi 3 for 3 now, having an amazing start to this Umzansi Esports League Season 4.
Yeah, and it's becoming just a thing in the league now that the Beast is just going to be at the top of the table all the time. And if you're going up against the Beast, you better have all the strats ready in your book, because he's ready to take you out, and with ease. Clearly, I think Deevak, like we said, sitting in the table as one of those people that like can be a bit of a wild card when he's online, when he's ready to play. And we saw spells of that here in the game where it was looking good, and I was like, yeah, this is maybe Deevak's time to pull it back. But Beast just always calm, cool, collected, posed, and he gets that win, pulling ahead. And I think today's predictions, for me, the only one that was kind of out of the blue was that Unfaizdd victory. I saw this one coming. I think Deevak wasn't really ready for it.
It wasn't really at all for the Beast, and the Beast walks away with a very healthy 2-goal deficit on a 4-2 win. And let's see how that affects the standings. We just spoke about it. The TheBeastBianchi now very clear at the top of the table. 9 points for himself, 3 wins in 3 matches, goal difference of 12, equaling that Masoom has at this point in time. But now that he's equaled up on the matches played and has won all of them, he's the clear leader right now in the leaderboard. Unfortunately for Deevak, that will bring him into pretty much no movement from him. He stays at 5th place, exactly where he started the day. Unfaizdd, Masoom, the two of them looked really, really good in their matches. Unfaizdd, drew out their spectacular victory against Young Savage, earning himself 3rd place here. But that makes life extremely difficult now for Young Savage. He's at the bottom of the table. Him and ATROX, neither of them have won their matches. Both of them have very bad goal differences. And sure, Mobizilla, who's in 6th place right now, might also have a very poor goal difference with -10. But he got his win. He got the points that he needed. So at least he's in a position where he's not constantly worried about that relegation zone, and he can start thinking about the playoffs. But what we do say now is congratulations to the Beast, who is yet again looking like the premier player in the Umzansi Esports League for FIFA 22.
Yeah, I think the real question is now, does he close it up? There's still a lot of the season to go through, but I think we can kind of bank on him being in those playoffs just based on how he's been playing thus far. And I think if he doesn't this time around, right, just as a bit of a closing thought, who do you think in the league right now is looking good to do it, right? Because definitely for now, not Young Savage. I think Masoom here and there, Unfaizdd, yeah. But Bobo, so it's interesting. It's kind of opened up right now, I think, the league.
Yeah, the league is very open right now. Although the Beast is at the top, clearly him and Masoom are playing really well. There are characters like Deevak and Bobo Beast who might not have posted up the best results, but on the pitch, definitely showing us some things that look a bit more interesting, a bit more intriguing. So we know that the rest of the season, the rest of season 4 of the Umzansi Esports League is going to be exciting. It's going to be a close affair, and every single game is going to matter. Every single point will make a difference. We've seen it make a difference before. Maybe it'll make a difference this time around. But that's just the start of the day. FIFA 22 is over. We're now going to be heading into PUBG Mobile. Day 18 of the Umzansi Esports League will continue in just a moment. FIFA 22 done and dusted. When we come back, we're getting into the first map of PUBG Mobile action. I'm Nintendo. We're signing off. When we return, we'll be having a new crew, some new faces. So make sure that you are available to see who those are. See you on the flip side as we continue with Day 18.
Hello guys, thank you so much for tuning in. It is of course the Umzansi Esports League. We out here. It is season 4. We are through round 2 at the moment. We're heading towards the end, and it is of course going to be a very nice Sunday for some PUBG Mobile. It is me, Patchy, and I'm joined here by Arrow. What is up? Are you ready for some PUBG?
Yo, what's up, Patchy? Definitely ready, excited for the evening. They always bring such nervous, exciting gameplay. So let's see exactly what this evening of Sunday is going to be looking like.
Yeah, of course, our Sunday looks as it always does. We have our Erangel, our Sanhok, our Miramar, and of course that is going to put our teams through that the fire and the flames, as it were, and really bring out the best and the worst situations for these teams to tackle. And we've been seeing that. I mean, we've been seeing the result of that over the last couple of weeks. Things have not been going for some of the teams, not been going super well, or at least as they might expect it. And maybe they've been a little bit of a struggle for these guys. So there is that. Of course, they are playing for that $15,000 prize pool, so that is pretty huge, and these teams know what is at stake. But with that in mind, it makes me question, why are we starting to see some of those top-notch teams, dwindling in this round?
Yeah, no, for me, I've missed quite a bit of the Umzansi, and I looked at that, positioning of these top teams, and I'm like, ooh, there's a lot to talk about, going into the final moments of the Umzansi season 4. So, yeah, it's very interesting, and why they've managed to find themselves in these positionings is quite questionable.
Yeah, certainly is. And, well, we can expect a little bit more out of these teams. We know they are certainly capable of that. And, of course, having a look at that leaderboard will tell you the entire story as you need to know it. We start at the top there. Lag Esports pulling out some serious numbers, and certainly a testament to their capability, or at least their show of capability here in round 2. And especially yesterday, they did some pretty good work, and they're sitting at the top of the log with 115 points at the moment, followed by Influence Rage, the Infinity AF, and Zero Tolerance to round out the top 4 players. And of course, your top 2, Lag and Influence, of course, past that 100 mark already, very closely followed by Infinity AF and Zero Tolerance. Even the Magicians and ATROX not too far behind. Slime 4KT also up here on the first page, as we might expect. And Team Unique doing a really good job also of making it up here into that top page. The real question starts to happen right over here, where you start to see the likes of Sidemen, G3, Sincerity, Esports, BBC. This storyboard kind of tells me that we have been seeing a little bit of a holdback out of some of these teams, like for instance, Sincerity. They've been shooting up that leaderboard quite a bit, and the Sidemen even. I mean, look at them. They're almost on that first page themselves.
Yeah, definitely. They weren't there in the beginning, and they show off some consistency throughout the weeks. And you got to congratulate such talent when you do get to see it. And it's all about that hard work here. Patchy, the consistency in the weeks is quite hard to pull off, but when it is come to show, it is a really well done coming in from Sidemen.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a question mark for some of the other teams, though, not giving it their 100%. But that's understandable. That's understandable. We're in round 2. It's not entirely necessary to give 100%. Just making it out of relegation zone is the real goal here. And speaking of relegation zone, this is where my biggest questions lie. Solo Esports at the bottom of the pool. Team Somalia is sitting here on relegation page. 7 Sins AOK. Young Thunder. What are these guys doing here on this last page? This doesn't make any sense.
Especially for 7AOK. I mean, they started with a bang. They were on that first page in the beginning of the season 4. So to find them now all the way down over here, it's very questionable and not what you want to expect coming out from, the promoted teams out of Nkosi, who did do really good, did do A-OK. But no, it's very questionable, Patchy. What is happening? G3 Temper also falling down drastically, and for me, and you as well, we are starting to see a G3 that we so love to come to see, but what's happening?
Yeah, look, I mean, as I said, there's no 100% necessity to give all all of your energy now in round 2. Maybe just pull it back as long as you make it out of that relegation. I think that's maybe where G3 are finding themselves at the moment. They're on page number 2. It's okay. They could very easily get up onto page number 1 with a couple of good games if they wanted to. The real crux of the matter, the real big thing for me is that relegation page. It's definitely not looking like I was expecting it to look. I mean, to see the likes of 7A, okay, they even Young Thunder, teetering on that page, and some of these other names that you maybe expected to be a little bit higher. And for me, the biggest thing that I saw was Solar Esports. They're not on that. They're not safe at the moment, which is really crazy for me, because they were doing really, really well in round 1. Nonetheless, of course, you can take a look at your kill leaders coming out of Influence Rage, Infinity AF, Lag Esports, and ATROX. So lots of teams repping on top of these kill leaderboards here. 21 kills for Sully, 21 for Kato, 18 for Berserk, and 17 for Dead, each of them sporting a considerable amount of damage each, which is really, really well done coming out of them. And these guys are also reflected on top of our leaderboard. So that makes a lot of sense. And what doesn't make a lot of sense is if you don't give it some serious pushes right now, if you're on that relegation page. And I do believe we have a couple of teams that are there. So 7AOK is in the lobby today, so we will be seeing them. So they have a chance potentially to get themselves out of that frying pan, but it has to happen now. These are the games where it needs to happen. They've got 3 of them today: Erangel, Sanhok, and of course Miramar, to make something happen. So just as a reminder of your groups,
definitely.
let's have a look at groups A and C.
Well, look here, right? Like you mentioned, we got 7AOK who's playing today. We also got, Solar Esports as well. And these are the opportunities for them to sort of come through with a clutch play. Team Somalia as well is in these areas. So it's going to be a grind for tonight. Hopefully a clutch plays that we are going to be seeing. But at the same time, it's all about coming down to those guys also who are doing really well, like the Magicians, ATROX, etc., that are in the games tonight as well. So it's gonna be a long evening for these guys. Yes, it's just 3 games, but that mental that's gonna go into each of those rotations and decision plays are just gonna be at peak, and they're gonna need to think about it a lot more. You can see now more of these teams come to light. So there's the Magicians, ATROX, Infinity AF. These are the type of teams that could potentially be taking first place tonight. But we could see some hungry gameplay coming out from the bottom feeders that we have, such as Solar Esports and so forth.
Yeah, hopefully we can see some points coming out of Team Somalia and maybe Solar Esports. The Magicians also could pull something out here. But the Infinity AF was doing really, really well yesterday. They had some fantastic games, had back-to-back chickens, and that kind of makes me think they might just be a little bit of a threat to any of the teams that are currently trying to put points on the board. That is, of course, if they decide to show us a replication of the games from them that we saw yesterday. They got the Erangel and Sanhok maps back-to-back, which was really, really impressive.
Yeah, that's definitely impressive. I mean, we don't usually get the back-to-back wins in any of these competitions, whether it's in Umzansi or in Kosi. So to see that come to light, fantastic.
Yeah, all right. So, of course, we are about to head into map number 1, which is, of course, going to be Erangel. If you guys think you know who is going to take the chicken dinner for map number 1, you can drop it in the chat. See if you get it right. For me, as I've said before, it's been a little bit of a strange round so far here in round number 2. We've had some teams that are kind of not giving their 100%, so we're not too sure where they're going to fall. For instance, you might say 4KT could easily take some chickens here today, and certainly they are capable of pulling out some wins. But whether they're going to or not is a totally different question. We don't know if that's going to be the case at all. And of course, the same could be said for some of those question mark teams that we had at the bottom of the leaderboard. Team Somalia, Team Solar Esports. We know they're capable of wins, but whether they're actually going to deliver that or not is a different question.
Yeah, the teams with consistency on winner chicken dinners is also, the Infinity AF. The teams with the second most wins, tied with actually Team Unique. So they competing here tonight, Infinity AF. So they may just continue that consistency and go out with a round 2 bang with the most winner chicken dinners. It could happen tonight. I mean, we could go for the 3 for 3, and that would be a new chapter and story to tell about in the next broadcast, the viewers and so forth, about how Infinity AF has been performing. But this is all just speculations, and we know how competitive these players become in the end games and how they position themselves. I mean, we've seen 2v3s, 1v3s, and so forth. So it's going to be a tricky one. It's going to be a tricky one to get that final winner chicken dinner. But we are going to be seeing some mega pop-offs either way. And if they don't win it, they're still going to walk away at those kill points and grabbing them overall standings and, positioning themselves high on that leaderboards or even grabbing first place.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? At this point, we could see some teams jumping up. Maybe teams like ATROX, for instance, who could come out and surprise us today, get themselves going, pump themselves up, get some wins. Who knows? Definitely the teams in this particular groups are very, very capable of taking the wins. I mean, you've got pretty much everyone in this list that I'm looking at right now has potential. I mean, we're talking Magicians. We've seen them perform well before. We're talking ATROX, Infinity AF. We're talking Slime 4KT. Even Aphelion Apex, Rila Insiders. Rila Insiders was absolutely huge in round 1. So, I mean, if all of these teams come to play today, it is going to be a absolutely fantastic couple of matches, or 3 maps that we're going to be seeing here today.
Definitely, and hopefully we get to see that, so we get to talk about these things, but sometimes it just doesn't come to light, and we find the Magicians not finding a rotation to the final zone and so forth. But hopefully tonight is going to be exactly that, where we have these titans coming together and just showing us pure class.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so just before we dive on into these games, Ira, we're going to put you on the spot. Which team do you think we're going to see take a chicken? Not necessarily in map 1, in any of the maps. Which team you think is going to pop a chicken in today's games?
I'm going to go with the Infinity AF. They showing me statistics, so why not stick with them? My odds are high.
Yeah, all right, not a bad choice. Certainly, you have some pretty good odds at the moment, Team Infinity. Infinity AF definitely been showing us what they have got. So, all right, let's pop into map number 1. It's Erangel, as you know already, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we do it. Our flight path taking us all the way just south of Kameshki, all the way over to that west coast. And it's going to give them access to most of the northern part of that map. And as for me, I think I'm going to be maybe taking a quick pick on towards ATROX. I'm feeling ATROX today. I think maybe they've got a chance to take a chicken here at some stage. Whether it's going to be here or later on, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see that. It would definitely start to boost things up on terms of round 2. I mean, ATROX haven't had their winner chicken dinner yet, so hopefully tonight is going to be that time, and let's see exactly what happens. MGC as well, they're finally starting to pick up. I don't know, I feel in round 1 they were not really showing us exactly why they were the champions in the course, coming out first place. But it comes down to learning the the standing Umzansi players that were from season 3. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing everything. And now I see why you getting loud here.
Zone.
I see why you're getting loud here. That zone is pretty tricky. I mean, if you're getting some patchy points right now, if you're managing to make your way to Sosnovka, you're gonna be really good.
Hey, this is quite a bob and weave from the zone. I mean, yesterday we were having quite a cheeky zone, but this is something else. I think as Proxy would probably be very exasperated seeing what's just happened right there. That's quite a shift. That's all the way down in the south. That is almost guaranteed to be a military island finish, which in and of itself is absolutely huge because it is one of the places on this particular map that I feel like doesn't get as much love, which means a lot of teams actually don't feel as comfortable on that particular area of the map. So I'm keen to see that happen. But of course, straight off the bat, we've got C Esports and Young Thunder going at it here in what looks like Yasnaya. They're going to be taking a little bit of a fight. Godly, lots of damage, but Ellie gets taken down immediately. So we're having some very nice engagement straight off the bat. Young Thunder, they've actually driven a wedge straight down the middle and separated C Esports 2-2. So now they're just hunting now. C Esports, they've realized they've got them cornered. They're moving straight into this house. They know they can take this win in a 4v2 as long as they can do it before Risks and Bruni get here. This is a free set of kills. They're just going in. Adonis goes down as Risks attempts to find some resistance here and try and fade as much time as possible. Risks is trying to come in. The cavalry zooming as fast as it can as Young Thunder pushes up into the house to try and take these guys down. Ellie and Wizard have to be super careful here, have to stay on the defensive while they wait for their team to come in and start putting pressure on from the outside. Young Thunder have lost some of that early momentum that they were using to try and get up into the house, and now low HPs all over the place. But C Esports is doing a great job at defending right now. They've shut this down. Young Thunder have lost so much momentum, and now they're trying to stay alive in this house. The HPs are slowly trickling down. Ungodly gonna hit the deck. C Esports making it happen. Snake Eyes comes through. He's trying to make it happen for Young Thunder. They're trying to just scavenge whatever they can out of this assault, and they will find some knocks at least, so the thirst will come through. But up comes the rest of C Esports to try and salvage this operation. But man, this has been a back and forth, but I think Young Thunder have just managed to come out on top for now. The Reds, of course, coming through for C Esports and Young Thunder as they try and get the HPs back up here.
That is the first time since this year I've seen a push that aggressive when they get a knock. I usually see it being a patient game, and they wait for everything to unfold for themselves. But that was very aggressive from Young Thunder, and I mean it's still existing here. You still got C with two of their players, but Young Thunder as well have put themselves in a tough situation. They went all in, and this is not really where you want to put yourself in, seeing that you are on that leaderboard at that position. So, yeah, let's see exactly what will be happening. I mean, two players going into the first game, it's going to be a nail-biting moment. It does look like maybe C Esports is going to try to disengage from this one and try hog on to those placement points.
Yeah, I have to say, I really first of all, I think Young Thunder is doing this because they have this idea. They realize they're quite low down on that, on that leaderboard. They need something to come through for them. They need points. And so they took that risk it for the biscuit play. And I really like that. Mad respect for the play that they tried to pull off there. I think it was actually really, really great. They had a wedge driven right down the middle of C Esports, and that immediately that gives you a brilliant advantage. You've separated 2-2, you've got them surrounded. Immediately you take that opportunity. Whoever the IGL was or whoever made that call was like, we've got these guys, they're in this house, we can go in and take them down now. If we can kill both of them, there's only 2 players left, and they're going to be outside the house, which gives us a better chance at defending this position. So they make the call, they take the play, they go into the house, but instead of being able to take that momentum and keep going, push past into C Esports, obviously C was really good on that defense. They obviously managed to wait out the time and really just keep Young Thunder at bay. The rest of C Esports rotates in to try and put the pressure on it. It does work. The knock comes through onto one of the Young Thunder players, and that just takes the wheels straight off that bus. And the result is what you can see now. 2 Young Thunder players left, 2 C Esports players yet left, and they're sort of going at it in a blow for blow to try and see who's going to be able to win this fight out.
Yeah, no, this off-spawn fight needs to happen sooner than now, because I mean, at the same time, they have the utilities to still loot up over here, because this was a quick engagement. They didn't get the time to really loot the other half of the buildings over here, and Ungodly with a massive beam onto the player. Now it's just down to Wizard Zin to see exactly what he's able to do. But there's a solo, and Ungodly getting the angles. These 2 individuals now onto the player, and it does not look good as they get that elimination and clean them up over there. So yeah, Young Thunder coming up with some couple of 4 kill points of spawn, so that's really good for them. But now they have the the liability of going into the end game as a duo, and they're going to need to be a lot more cautious on how they then decide how to rotate, position themselves, because there's still so much placement points to unravel for these teams alive right now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when you make those risky plays, you do
Yeah.
risk getting really taken down to the wire. And of course, that is exactly what they experienced right there. They got taken down all the way to 2 players. They managed to win that fight. So some really good beams coming out of them. That was just a brilliant shot through the doorway, taking down that player. And that was a really good spot out. They capitalized off the back of that. And of course, you saw on that mini map some serious pushing down over towards that eastern bridge where there was some gatekeeping as the teams start to rotate over to that military island, which is, of course, going to be where we find ourselves most likely playing around on for most of the rest of the game. Right here on your screen, of course, you can see Aphelion Apex and Seven Sins AOK, Mr. and Kavira just going to be hopping in to that buggy and seeing where they can potentially go for. They are under quite a lot of pressure here from Aphelion Apex, but they have decided to try and alleviate that and get out of the sight line, which is probably a best call for them at this point, considering you don't want to get stuck there with Aphelion Apex staring you down. So everyone making that rotate. You can see we've still got a little bit of that mainland left, so there is still plenty of space on the mainland. But I think these teams can feel that this zone is likely going to go down south. Let's actually have a look and see if that is true, and it is indeed true. So these teams are going to have to make their way over. I am foreseeing quite a few fights happening on those bridges because, I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of teams that still need to rotate.
Yeah, the teams that made that early rotation into military base, they were really smart. So a good credit point going to Solo Esports. They now get to find themselves not needing to put themselves in sticky situations, especially being held at bridge. There could be a nasty team who decides, you know what, guys, that bridge is gonna have a lot of enemies walking past it, because we do got a couple 2-2-2-3 teams that now need to make that rotation into military base. So let's see exactly what happens. You can see already a couple of them starting to make their way out right here, and ooh, does look like Optimus is gonna find Willy over there. So that's a good long distance knock. Nothing really to go and make the push, but no, I think they do it. They're going in for the aggressive push, and this is so beautiful because now we get to see more action for us, and they aren't expecting this as they try and get onto the vehicle. But now, Purpose, he's going to find himself taking quite a hefty amount of damage. Prime is going to be taken down, Purpose as well, and now things start to turn around, but they still got Optimus and a Todoroki to do something for the team over here. And there you go, Optimus exactly doing that and responding to what was present over here. And Enki and Willy now down. And this is going to be a literal GG's, as Aimbot is going to be involved over there as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough situation here, but Optimus will be able to pick up those thirsts super quickly. No problem with that. And of course, pick up the rest of Sincerity, who is currently huddled behind this car. There it is. There's the thirst, and Rainbow Six going to be quite happy with that. Nicely called. They knew that they could easily take the tempo advantage on that particular one. They got the knocks, and they just came on up. They managed to press their advantage, and that is really the definition of press the attack, of pressing your tempo advantage right there, which is great to see. And it looks like we've been seeing that a little bit more so far in this game, which is awesome. And we did see that from Young Thunder. It didn't work out for them as well as it could have, but I mean, it's still there, and it's really, really good to see. Young Thunder, actually, speaking of them, they're all the way up in the north still, fighting with that blue zone as they rotate their way on down. We also have Team Somalia and ATROX Killers and Slime4KT huddled up on the what remains inside that zone of the mainland up towards the northwest. So might be a little bit of action up in that particular spot.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be an interesting congestion that we will have over there. And yeah, so like you mentioned, it's something new for me that I'm seeing in the Umzansi, and especially outside in Kosi, there's teams choosing to take on the fight. And when they have the knock, usually the case is they will try at bay to take the distance fighting, and try get a confirmation, and they're happy with that 1 kill point. But we are seeing a lot of these teams who are close to that relegation area be a lot more aggressive as they need to. I mean, you don't want to be on the back foot, uh, just hogging onto the case and dream of placement points. So I'm really liking that Rainbow Six and Young Thunder has done that in the evening to try set the dominance and positioning for themselves going into the further parts of the game and even game 2, game 3.
Man, oh man, take a look at that zone right now. That is the most southern zone we have seen all season long, I think. I mean, we haven't really gotten so much love for that southern side of the map here on Erangel for quite some time, and certainly in this round. So it is great to see that the game has decided to balance that out just a little bit by going all the way down south, and we're about to have a whole bunch of seriously crazy fights. All of these teams are going to have to rotate down onto that island now. There is no way to stay on the mainland. You're going to have to rotate down. And of course, they're going to have to rotate all the way down to the coast of the southern side of that military island. There are lots of teams already streaming in to that area. And you can see it is an absolute crazy bullet fest down in that particular location right here. We've got 7AOK still up here with Aphelion, Apex, Kage, and Sicko trying to pressure Skull here behind the Smoke Meester just off on the back line, running in with that buggy to try pick Skull up, and they're going to jump in and just get out of that situation, immediately regroup with Kavira, probably some bobbing and weaving on that vehicle to try and dodge the bullets, and it works so far. So some nice movements and rotations coming out of 7 since AOK. They know they need the points desperately right now, so they're just pulling out all the stops, pulling out every trick they have to try and stay alive and keep putting those points in. And of course, as you turn your eyes to the south of that zone, it is looking absolutely jam-packed.
Oh, it is. Like, everyone is in here, and I'm surprised to see so many teams still alive. 14 and 47, all the way down to the south. I mean, it was some hectic rotations that needed to be played, but I do like how some of the teams are respecting that the rotation is a priority and not fighting in zones. So there we can give some credits as well. But Solo now finding himself against Rainbow in some way, form, or matter. And you do now see Prime, he gets a knock over here, and that's just going to be onto Solo Esports. And they need this game so much, they need this evening to move out from the very bottom of the overall standings into a good position. It does look like Optimus is just going to be the pillar of this Rainbow team because he's done so much already, as an individual on to the pressure of oppositions, and Prime just trying to look exactly what he can do. He's trying to line up a grenade, and hopefully we get to see a Kobe. There goes the throw, and it does connect, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Still has another one in the back pocket, and you do see now teams coming out from the side to get the flank of them.
Yeah, and what a tough time here for Solo. They're getting third-partied while they try and fight against Rainbow Six. Just not the position you want to be in at all. Senegalese team there, Solo Esports, just not finding the footholds that they are looking for in these matches. In any case, Nova going to go down to the blue zone. Not too sure what's happening on that front, but the Magicians did manage to come in and help clean up Solo. Rainbow Six still got control of this compound here. Team Somalia also struggling with that blue zone. I'm assuming that's because of the rotate down from that western bridge. That's going to be quite difficult for them. The Magicians, of course, in the opposite compound, putting shots in towards Prime. Rainbow Six not out of the ballpark just yet. They've got to get this fight going, or at least finish it off, depending on how they actually Ash on the back line. This might be interesting. If Magicians decide to push this, they could come in from both sides, and the angles might just be enough to actually pick them apart. Legacy doing a little bit of a sidewind there to see if he can spot any information out and about. So he's doing a little scouting here, roundabout towards Rainbow Six, who still have a residence here in the compound. Like I said, Ash on the back line might just be able to throw that spanner in the works that they need to push this team out of position.
Yeah, definitely. They may just be able to do that. Rainbow have been showing really well. Yes, they still on 14 kill points, but they've put on the pressure aggressively onto the map, and that's really been amazing. MGC liking how they've rotated around and got into the map as well to the final zones over here, and we are in the match 17 minutes in, and it's gonna start unraveling. These players are gonna get closer and closer to each other. How they position themselves now will be the final determination, and you can hear a couple shots just happening between these two teams. And let's see exactly what the zone is going to be looking like in just a couple more seconds. In the kill feed, you see Suli, he's going to be taken down over there, and that's just going to be unfortunate. But now down to 36 players and 12 teams. Patchy, I mean, it's going to be an interesting endgame over here.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. It was always going to be, as soon as that zone decided to go down all the way to this island, it was definitely going to be interesting, but even more so now that it's finishing along the south coast of that island, because now you can see the teams here, Magicians and Rainbow Six, for instance, have taken up residence right at the bottom of that zone, and you can see them lining the coast here. And that's where they've decided to end this off. Probably a pretty good decision, considering they don't have to worry about some of those angles, so they're isolating the back angles because they are pretty confident that no one's riding on a boat coming from behind. It's a cliff face, so it's going to be very difficult to scale, so they don't have to worry about that particular angle, and they can just worry about 3 or 4 other angles potentially, instead of having to watch the south all the time. So it's really great to sort of back yourself up against the ridge just a little bit, but of course that does mean they have to watch the rest of those angles. And indeed, at the moment on your screen here, we've got Influence Rage up here with Infinity AF and Slime 4KT. The shots coming in from Infinity AF from this little cubby is making pretty good moves over here for Infinity AF. And maybe they are indeed on the roster, as you predicted. Maybe they're going to be streaming towards that chicken dinner here for Game 1.
Honestly, they do look really strong. They've managed to put themselves in a good position as well. So, I mean, I don't see how they don't win at this point, but you still got some prime teams still left in this one that could shake things up quite a bit. And you can see exactly a little bit of kill feeds happening out coming from Slime, and Slime is someone that is, on your list of potential pop-offs as well. So let's see exactly what happens towards these final moments, and it's just going to be happening right now. But you do see AE still in this one, even with 1 kill, and I believe they just trying to get involved with this third party, and it is a good beam onto the players over there, and AE is just able to pick up that Optimus. I almost said Optimus Prime, but it is Optimus and Prime together.
Oh, yeah. The Aphelion Apex with a really good job of picking up the player there from the Magicians, Ash, on the back line, and then pushing up towards Rainbow Six, but they weren't able to make any headroom, and now the Magicians are actually making the long rotate super quickly, just hopping into those vehicles, rotating across in towards the zone. Rainbow Six, they're going to be waiting out just a little bit of time, and that might come back to bite them, considering now they have to run face first into just about everyone who rotated. See the Magicians coming up there with 7 AOK, Aphelion Apex, and 4KT also on the sidelines. So that's going to be quite a fight. Team Somalia gets eliminated by ATROX. They're still here on the boards. Rogue is still alive here for Sincerity, keeping the hopes and dreams alive there. Some elims coming through in the south side of that zone at the moment, as 4KT is making the fight happen over there with their friends that have just decided to come and join the Magicians. And 7AOK also fighting across the roadside here. It is an absolute slaughterhouse over here on this side of the zone, as everyone's streaming in and losing all of their protective cover and exchanging it for, well, trees and smoke.
Well, you can see that kill feed light right here. We did see AE, couple members of them being taken down. J Roller is going to die to the play zone. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It is going to happen, especially in a sicky situation where you're unable to heal up. And now we get to see, Infin in a really good position, looking down at everyone in a way that they are separated from, all the action that is present over here. MGC still managing to make their way with 3 players. So let's see what happens with them. Maybe they're able to clutch up. And ooh, look at Legacy onto Cavera, and he's able to get a little bit of a knock with that grenade. Paradox as well onto Slime Zeus. So now MGC is really starting to show a light over here. I mean, 6 kill points, that's really gonna be juicy on that first game over here.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Got 7 teams on the board at the moment. Sincerity is staying alive. We've got 4KT also doing the same thing down towards the bottom of your screen here on the southern
Yep.
side of this zone. Trying to put a couple of shots over there in towards the Magicians just across the way. They've managed to keep themselves alive as well. The smokes have been popped to try and help stop any of those third-party shots coming in from Kato or Prime perhaps, or maybe ATROX up on the side. Have to be really careful about those third-party shots. The Magicians now making a rotate around. Rainbow Six still wary of purpose. He is also keeping his eye out. Prime as well, trying to make something happen. Todoroki just throwing those bullets across the way with that DP, seeing if they're going to land anywhere and get some damage done. Todoroki's just bopping around. Dead goes down. Aatrox feeling the pressure now from this side. Todoroki's just getting nice and aggressive, moving in to see if he can spot any of these Aatrox players out. They're so low on HP. This could be easy pickups for Rainbow Six if they're looking for a couple more kills at the moment. They've got 5 as they clean up another player from Aatrox. Their Magicians also on the fight here, trying to take a fight against 4KT. And right now, Paradox and the rest of Magicians not doing such a bad job. Rogue on the back line might be able to throw some spanners as well, so could potentially get some easy third-party pickups here with 4KT concentrating solely on the Magician. Some nades coming in from Rainbow Six as they assault and eliminate Aatrox just right out of the picture, and Paradox jumping into the fight is going to find himself eliminated by 4KT, who is able to contain that craziness that was coming out there. A crazy assault turning back right on them. 4KT turning the tables here as they do, and still managing to keep all of their players in this game for the time being. This is the power of 4KT that we've been missing for this round, but here it is. They've made it into top 4, and they've still got all their players left. Infinity AF, however, is still on the board as well, and these guys took back-to-back chickens yesterday, so it is going to be quite a hefty clash between these teams.
Yeah, no, and if you look at it, you got Slime 4KT with a full squad, Infin with a full squad as well. Now it's down to, 2 players out from Rainbow, and then you do see Rogue Baby just hoping that he can try hog onto maybe a second place if these two Titans do go against each other. It's going to be an interesting endgame and a clash of note, but I'd like how, 4KT did manage to control the entire lobby in a way that they were more aggressive other than sitting onto the ridge and dealing the damage from a bay. So when it comes down to combat, I almost feel, that 4KT may potentially ruin my hopes that Infin is able to get, the first winner chicken dinner. And there we go. We already see Dizzy, who's been now absolutely beamed and knocked, and this already changed things for them. And they now onto a weird position where they now need to hopefully revive and bring back Dizzy into this one. Kato and Amo still very much in good positions as well. You can see Kato has sat back in a distance where maybe if he does get an opening, he will be able to beam some of the 4KT players. Rogue Baby is still alive in this one somehow. Nobody really focusing on him, as now all the attention is going to be onto these 2 teams, 4KT as well as Infinite.
Wow, this has become quite a difficult scenario. Infinity AF coming off the back of yesterday's momentum, still showing some serious promise here in this game, but now they're up against quite the monolithic team in the form of 4KT. Elimination instantly onto Todoroki, almost like a second thought, just brushing him to the side as they focus on the greater goal, which is, of course, 4KT. Rogue getting eliminated by the blue zone. The art of staying alive is no more, and now it's 4KT versus Infinity AF. The smokes are going down, and they are readying themselves for the final showdown. Infinity AF with all of their players, 4KT with all of their players. Who is going to be able to make this happen? The res coming in, of course, for 4KT as they look to steady themselves and ready themselves for the final confrontation, as Infinity AF looks to push over the ridgeline, making serious assaults with those nades, just tossing them over, just absolutely bombarding 4KT, softening them up, readying them to get taken down. There goes one, but even more nades are on their way in the Infinity AF. They do not want to lose this one. They are going all in. It's guns blazing, it's Molotovs flying, it's grenades being thrown. This is Infinity AF mounting their assault here, and 4KT, they have to try and make sure that they can defend this one. It's going to be a difficult one, however. Up comes Infinity AF looking for the shots, and they do manage to find that thirst. That's pretty big already. An elimination coming down on the side of 4KT. They're getting pushed by Infinity AF. The numbers not working out for them, but do they have the angles? Can they make the shots is the question. But a 2 split, but oh, look at that damage. Infinity AF immediately getting down in 4KT. Suddenly with the comeback, They're showing that you cannot count us down and out, no matter how many elims you get coming through. A shot coming in towards Kato, down he goes, but instantly 4KT losing another member. They have to be careful here. This is such a delicate balance, but the shots come through and they land. And it is going to be Infinity AF taking the chicken dinner and pocketing some serious kills for this match for KT with that second place.
Honestly, I was scared for a second, that 1v2 managing to take two of Infant players down, but they did have the advantage that it was already a 3v4, and then you did see the knock coming to play onto 4KT, and then it was a one-on-one situation. But I almost thought that 4KT, with the height advantage on that little bit of a cliff or ridge or just terrain, meant that, they could beam the players, but it's Infant. It's my prediction, so I get a W in my books between us.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. It looks like the team from Somalia has been really stepping it up lately. Infinity AF, another chicken dinner for their record this weekend, and certainly a considerable amount of points. It is no surprise that they are sitting where they are at the moment on this log. And of course, 4KT actually stepping it up and making it into that top two just to put some more points on the board for themselves to make sure they don't get caught out by that relegation, which is, of course, not really what we were expecting for 4KT. They're never going to really find themselves in relegation as long as they play. So, it's not really like it's much of a threat for them, at least. The real questions for us still remain on for those teams sitting at the bottom of that leaderboard and sitting towards that last page. There's always been such an amount of question marks. And of course, with 7 AOK playing in the games today, I'm not too sure how many points they got, but I'm not too sure if even it's going to matter because they didn't really make it into top 3, which means the points that they got are most likely going to be somewhat minimal. Of course, we will be waiting for the scoreboard pretty soon, and we'll actually have a look and see how many they got. But, just to turn the attention back to that last page, 7 AOK on that last page, they need to get out of there. And that is like their goal for today. Can we get off this last page? I think it's definitely possible. That's, of course, going to start with their performance in these 3 maps. And of course, map 1 being already over, we're going to have a look and see how many points they did in fact get. Sincerity, they have nailed the art, and specifically Rogue Baby has nailed the art of really just keeping themselves alive. I mean, if it were, any other players, it might have just tried to take a fight somewhere or maybe just get tripped up on the rotate or something. But no, Rogue slithers in there, gets down, manages to stay alive all the way to the end and, pick up that 3rd place for Sincerity. So they're going to be quite happy about that. That's going to bump them up just a little bit up the leaderboard. They look to be safe at the moment, which is great to see. So we might just be seeing them over in the finals. And the real question is, which teams are we going to see relegated? Maybe that's the question that I should be asking the audience here. Which teams do you think are going to get relegated? That's a tough question, so think about it, maybe during the break. But of course, before we get there, we also have to look and see who our MVP for this match is. So let's take a look at that scoreboard and see where these teams have landed.
Really, really good here for the Infinity AF. They've managed now to pick up themselves 10 eliminations with 15 placement points, now sitting at the top with 25, and then Slime 4KT just slightly behind, also very much aggressive. They have 20 points on their side, but Rainbow Madagascar with 8 kills, 16 total points. The Magicians with 12 in 4th place. Sincerity Esports in 5th. A good placement game coming out from them. And then ATROX in 6th with 6 points. And then 7th since Art of Killings in 7th with 4 points. And then Young Thunders actually pulling out all the kill points that they could there off spawn. Unfortunately, no placement points means that they only got 4 points and 8. So yeah, it's really been an interesting game over here. We are seeing aggressive plays coming from all these teams, and we can now see the second part where Team Somalia have only 3 points, Influence Rage Africa 2, Aphelion Apex with 2, C Esports with 2, and then in 13th place is Rila Insider alongside with Solo Esports all the way down in 14th. Natural Killers with 0 as well. So yeah, that's gonna wrap up the standings for game number 1. What do you have to say for like the action scene? Like, do you see Sanhok presenting the same?
Well, it is a very interesting question. Our MVP, of course, going to be Kato from Infinity AF. Has to be Infinity AF after that performance there, and especially the performances yesterday. These guys are just on that roll. 5 kills,
Yeah.
768 points of damage here for Kato. He's seriously a heavy hitter here today in game number 1. As for your question, of course, in terms of what this looks like, very interesting to see that our top 5 teams have picked up all those double digits, and the rest of them, they're just scraping together the scraps that they can find, you know, the kills here and there, some placements to try and get themselves out of a difficult spot. And of course, the most surprising thing being 7AOK and Solo, you know, really struggling to put the points on the board. I'm really hoping that we see some good games from them, because we know that they're absolutely capable of that. And when they do pull out those stops, they can give us some fantastic performances. And they're going to certainly need it to get themselves out of relegation page, which is where they currently find themselves. But with that question in the back of your mind, who do you think is going to get relegated at the end of round 2? We're, of course, going to go to a short break before we head in to the chaos that is Sanhok. Don't go anywhere. welcome everyone back in to what is about to be map number 2 here of Sunday's games. We're coming to an end of this weekend's matches, and it has been quite interesting to say the least. If you missed yesterday's matches, then you're certainly missing out. I do recommend you to go watch that. And of course, we've just come out of game number 1. You can go take a look at that if you did miss it. For a quick recap here, of course, you can see the standings off the back of that. It's Infinity AF coming in with yet another chicken dinner, which is, I mean, that's crazy. These guys have just been on something else.
I mean, at this point, now they tied for, most big winner chicken dinners with Influence Rage Africa, and I feel like they're gonna continue going in and winning a lot more games. The way they playing and how confident they look like and how they take the fights and so forth is really good. I mean, they come out with the most kills, they come out with the winner chicken dinner. I want to see them continue dominating in tonight's performance, and hopefully we get to see Sanhok win a chicken dinner from them. It just then shows diversity in skill as well, because long range compared to close combat, we don't see the same teams performing who did perform in Miramar or Erangel, because it's just two different aspects of gameplay. One is slow paced decision playing and positioning, and the other one is quick paced, how to get those eliminations and confirmations as quick as possible. So I would love to see Infinity AF as well do just as good as they did in the beginning of game number 1 towards the end as over there. So it would be interesting. I don't know, Patchy, what do you think like the next game's winner will be? Winner chicken dinner.
Well, that is certainly not an easy question, considering we've had the likes of Infinity AF. They've been making moves. Yesterday they got back-to-back chickens on Erangel and then Sanhok, which obviously means these guys are super capable on this map. So maybe they take another chicken dinner. Although, I mean, if they get back-to-back chicken dinners, then we're going to have to talk about something else entirely. Then we're going to have to really start raising those flags, because these guys are on the up and up, and they're not just going to be in contention for maybe getting to the finals. They're going to be in contention for maybe winning the finals. So, that's something else there, or at least they're definitely going to be giving whoever's trying to win the finals a run for their money at the very least, because obviously if you're capable on maps like Erangel and Sanhok, then you're going to get those points, and that's exactly what you need. As for the rest of these teams,
definitely,
the question is, are they going to step up, right? Are we going to see the other teams finding their groove here? Because if they slip up, if they don't get that momentum going, they might just drop off. Teams like 7AOK, they're a little bit at risk right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. Teams like 7AOK, Solo, Esports, we did see them, with a massive 4-kill point. But that means nothing in this leaderboard over here if you're not going to the very end. And yes, you are taking that gamble, that risk, that 50-50. And sometimes it works off and your whole team goes through all the way to the end. And you're now picking up double-digit kills because of how confident you are in your gameplay. But when it happens like that and you pick up the 2 players dead in the early stages of the game, it destroys the mentality of the team. They blaming each other like, why did you push in? We could have gone through with placement points. And now it's at a pinnacle point here for teams like Solo Esports, especially because they needed that game. As much as it is, still hope for Sanhok and Miramar, I don't see a massive performance coming out from them because of how a low point of mentality that puts them at. That's just me personally when it comes to competing. I don't know if these teams have the same strong mentality as the top teams like the Magicians, who continue to stay consistent when things are not looking too good for them.
Yeah, well, that is definitely the question. Do these guys have the mental fortitude to go through with this? Because that is ultimately what it boils down to. We know that these teams have the skill. They've proven that to us. They're all making it through round 1. And I mean, this is quite a difficult tournament to be in. All of these teams have been on the grind to get here, and it is not an easy grind. And then, of course, going through round number 1 is not easy either. So these teams have certainly been put through the grind, and they've proven to be exceptionally capable. But do they have the mental fortitude to make it through this grinder? That is the question. And well, we're going to have the answer to that at the end of today's games, at least for the moment. And of course, heading into map number 2, it is Sanhok. We've got our CQC stuff coming right up. Hopefully, if we see these teams get aggressive right off the bat again, it might just be really, really interesting, because we did see in map number 1. Young Thunder go for that very early engagement. I'm wondering if they're going to try the same thing again, or if maybe they're going to pull back just a little bit on that accelerator.
Yeah, hopefully they are going to be doing something, just as juicy, and hopefully, it doesn't cost them too much this time around, and we get to see them really do so well. This is a widespread of a map coming in, and I'm liking to see that. And now we get to see that formation, and the likes of Infin are going to be in there, 4KT, Solar. So it starts to look good for the teams that are in the lead, and as well as needing to get to the top. So that's going to be good. ATROX are going to need to make that rotation from the very outside of the map all the way to the west side, southwest, and then inside they taking the very bottom of that side as well. But now you have all these teams in the zones and so forth, and this gives the opportunity to quickly get into off spawn situations.
Yeah, certainly does. We'll have to wait and see what is going to be happening here with these teams positioning. We've got Sincerity here on the screen, just below the Natural Killers, off on the bridge over towards the west, connecting the two land masses with one another. We've got Affiliate Apex, who's very, very spread out. They've decided to drop exceptionally far away from one another, maybe cover a little bit of ground. They do have to be quite careful, because Sami is occupied with Young Thunder at the moment. Of course, we've got Infinity AF here on the screen. Dizzy right up here with Manfelis. This is 7AOK, who also seem to be split up just across the road. So this is a little bit of a difficult situation. 7OK in desperate need for points right now. At the moment, I think they are still, they're still on the last page. So it is a very difficult time for them. They know they have to put the points on the board, and they are so, so close to actually making it up into safety. They're just a few points behind. And if they have good performances here in games 1 and 2, they could just put themselves in that safe zone and maybe avoid getting relegated, and that's quite a goal. That's really where these teams need to be. That's where they want to go. The question is, can they get there?
Mm. It's going to be interesting, getting there is a long haul, and it's a long battle with these guys, and it's not going to be in one in that you get to take a walk in a park with. You're going to need to sweat your palms and to try your physical best and mental strength to stay consistent as well. And we do have now Natural Killers and Solo sort of going into a battle over here, and let's see exactly what the likes are looking like. But Rashi potentially have already knocked one of these players, and Solo Esports are just not looking too happy with this fight happening and coming into play.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. The Natural Killers also a team that have been looking for some wins here, but they certainly have found at least a few points for themselves, but certainly not out of the ballpark just yet. They are teetering on the edge of relegation themselves. This is going to be quite an interesting fight. Solo Esports, also a team that has desperate need of points, but they're just not finding the footholds that they were looking for. Bjorn going to go down. Ujiro also going to get knocked here. The Natural Killers just finding those shots left and right. That's going to make it super, super difficult. The Thirst is coming through very quickly. Samurai not in a position to assist, so the Natural Killers are just going to be picking up some free kills here. And Solo Esports, man, just not finding any momentum here in round number 2.
Yeah, and Silla's trying to look out, and he doesn't exactly see where Samurai is, but now he may potentially spot him out. But Samurai just making a run on the brink over here to a new location. You can see he's managed to get some cover, but Sila does notice that. But that grenade will mean nothing for him, because Samurai has now repositioned himself behind the rocks, and he's just trying to gun for it and make a disengagement, and hopefully he does so, hey, because Patchy, they needed sitting at that bottom with only 28 points means they need all the placement points. He's gonna try now, just hog the land over here and the water. If he needs to get some cover somewhat, and then make a dash into the river. But I think Samurai may potentially come through with that little bit of a clutch where he's gonna be like a rogue baby today, and just in game number 2 get that 3rd placement. And it's not gonna be the best of points, but it is 10 on the leaderboard. But it's still a very long way until that actually happens.
Yeah, I was about to say that is a long, long road ahead if you're going to try and do that straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a long road to to try and get yourself some points. But I mean, at this point, it may be a little bit worth it to actually just do your best and give it a shot and try and actually get those points nonetheless. So, yeah, Samurai just going to be on that long road to the freedom from relegation. We'll see if he can make it. In the meantime, the Natural Killers up with Sincerity and 7AOK just off to the side. We've got 4KT in boot camp, in and around boot camp. There is some presence in that particular area. We also have some fighting off towards the eastern coast. That's Rainbow Six and the Rila Insiders. Of course, the Rila Insiders are another team that we've been looking at who are also dangerously close to that relegation zone. So they need to be more consistent here in putting some points down on the board. Otherwise, they risk slipping down depending on the performances of those top teams in that relegation spot.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Rila Insiders here in this position. It does look like, they can take the fight on and potentially win that, but it's not going to be an easy one. And now they're just driving around Rainbow Six comfortably in their buildings. Does look like they will be making that disengagement. And we just see Ash, actually, MGC Ash in the kill feed being knocked over there. So that's going to be interesting for them. Now we jump on board, and it's AE. They've taken down Legacy. Seko, however, is not going to be able to hold his ground. They go in for that confirmation. Where is Rusty? Where's KJ? And where's the team to, back them up in this one? It doesn't look like they're going to be here. That is very sad because, Sanhok is quick battles. It's in and out. I don't think MGC lost any of their players. Yes, they did get knocked, but you can see Ash recovering on his HP, using those utilities, and it's going to be helping him a lot more. Infinite, Nico on Brunin over there. Paradox just looking out for any third parties. You can see a little bit over there out in the about. We have the teams present.
I have so many questions about what is happening right now in Aphelion Apex's sort of comms. Like, I don't know what's going on. They are at the literal threshold of relegation, right? If they slip up, they go down and they get taken out. They need points, and for some reason, game 2, they drop all separately, all spread out. They're not playing together as a unit, and that's very interesting. One of their players just decides to walk into a house full of enemies and gets taken down almost immediately, which is very strange. I'm not too sure what to think about that particular play. In any case, we do have the Magicians here in this compound. We got Team Somalia up on the hill. Team Somalia, of course, also ready and needing to put some points on the board there. It looks like Aphelion Apex has decided to group up at least a little bit more. We've got Kage and Jasa here together on this motorbike. Not too sure where their third player is. Might be going up to meet with them. But yeah, certainly a very strange play to try and solo push an entire team in a house.
Come on. And I like that you mentioned it, like what is the game plan there? This is Sanhok. It's not meant to have, a widespread loadout or loot path for the teams. You can't say I'm gonna land at Barn and Paradise Resort and we're gonna come through with a clutch play. It's not gonna happen. It's either you choose one POI and a set POI for your whole squad to go. And if you're not picking up the best utilities, I mean, you're going to need to work with what you have. But landing like this is just not gonna. It's not your best option. And I like that you mentioned that they're also on the brink of relegation. So they need to play it smart. They need to play it better and make better decisions going into the next week or whatever. If there's going to be an opportunity that arises for them, but definitely a GG's all in all.
Yeah, certainly time is running out. They do have a few more games up ahead. Of course, the round is not yet over. And while the round is not over, there is still hope for any of these teams. It can still be done. But of course, as time runs out, it becomes more and more difficult to make it happen. The zone is going to shift in very gently towards the middle. So nothing too drastic, nothing dramatic. These teams will be able to just barely move forward and get over that line once again. Nothing too crazy. CE Esports, however, under a little bit of fire from Influence Rage here. who do have some control of the compound at the foot of the base of this hill, where CE Esports is currently positioned. They are inside the zone at the moment, so they don't really have that pressure to rotate away from the situation. So it is just going to be that long range engagement for now, or at least a longer range engagement as these teams just go head to head a little bit. They don't really want to abandon their defenses just yet. So they're in a good spot and don't really need to go anywhere. The real question is, now that we've got 15 teams still alive here and we move in towards zone number 3, things are definitely going to start heating up quite a bit. And you can see these teams moving in from the south might just have quite a bit of conflict happening there any moment.
Yeah, and it is gonna be quite an interesting one because you got AOK, Natural Killers, 4KT, Sin as well, Rila Insiders, like the opportunity for seventh parties to come involved and just start unraveling this massacre, this bloodbath is going to be happening. It's anytime now, once the zone does really form, once the blue zone is fully successfully closed, the rotations are going to be quite sticky and the players are going to be sticky on each other. They're going to be dealing a lot of damage across over here, and it's just a matter of time. There goes that shrinkage play. In 10 seconds, it'll be happening.
Yeah, super, super close to getting the zone closing on in. And we know how quickly it does speed up in this map. Once we head in towards that mid game, it starts to speed up and these teams start to trip, or at least historically speaking, these teams do get pressurized quite a bit from the rotations of these zones. In this particular map, it is very, very tricky. Just about anyone can easily get caught out. These teams have become very good at managing to try and outrun that, but still haven't gotten it down to perfection just yet. There's a lot of teams that still do get caught out in these very, very tough situations that can happen on this map just because of how close and tight it is. But for now, we've got quite a few teams down towards the middle of that zone. You can see 4KT still with control of boot camp below them. There's quite a number of teams all packing up into safety to try and stay alive. We do have a couple of teams on the Northwest Island. The Infinity AF and ATROX still doing what they do. It looks like Rainbow Six are kind of just chilling all the way down, and they've decided to stay in the blue zone and just kind of not really do anything. I guess they can, but why?
Why is a good
Maybe
question.
Maybe there was an AFK. It's fine.
Maybe, but from two players who tough. Optimus though, he's a really strong player, but Nico, just a hairline away from dying, and he's managed now to get some cover behind that rock. But he's using a lot of utilities. I don't know if you've seen, but he's been healing up, and towards this like very last part, the play zone really is your best friend, the blue zone. You got to top in there for cover at some point if you're going to want to, recover and maybe get a different angle on your opposition. So you want to make sure you have enough going in. And we do see Legacy having a massive grenade into the kill feed. And there they go. Legacy and Paradox now going involved over here. Kajay is going to be taking up the damage here by... Oh, no, wait. Rusty's turning things around, and he is making things work for the team. I thought Kajia was just about to get eliminated, but Rusty shut that down, and that is going to be a GG's onto MGC. Rusty's just looking left, right, and center, and that is going to be a GG's in the books. You can see Paradox and Legacy have been confirmed. That was so quick and a huge massive response coming out from AE, and Kaji and them still have the upper hand in this. I don't know what MGC is doing, running in the open, thinking that they can control the fight. Clearly they cannot, and now you can potentially be seeing a Rogue Baby, Aimbot Willie, and Inky coming into the play to third party this. And this is Sanhok. This is why I love this map, is because it's so active and because things don't always go according to plan. Now MGC is down to a single individual, Rids, who's now left alone to do as much as he can. Grenade has come into play, but it's not going to do anything. And Rids is just going to stay quiet and wait for the patient game over here. He can maybe put a little bit of trouble onto the team, but we are seeing grenades coming in potentially from Sin.
Yeah, the Magicians were stacked in a very strange way on the side of that hill. They had two players at the top, but then two of their other players down on the one side lower than they were behind some rocks and not really able to put the help in that needed. Like you said, AE just a little bit too quick moving in. Just yeah, they caught them off guard, took out those shots very, very quickly. And even though it looked like Aphelion Apex was going to go down, they managed to pull it back out, and some really swift plays from them just shut down a lot of those MGC players. Now they're left on the back foot, and of course, now I'm not too sure if there's going to be any chance to bring this back for Rids. He's going to have to wait and see if any other teams decide to engage with Aphelion Apex. Of course, Sincerity off in the front could potentially do that and make that happen. We're only going to find some kills or shots in that kill feed, should I say, and some nice stats coming in for Ellie as well. You can see up in the North Sea Esports going at it with Influence Rage, who are still fighting it out in the blue zone, which is definitely not something that you want to do for any prolonged amount of time at this point. I mean, that blue zone is going to be doing a decent amount of damage since we're 3 zones deep at the moment. And, well, now they're fighting against each other in a compound, and it's very, very chaotic. Wizards in trying to find those angles as the player from Hainsley is going to be dodging around the side. And oh, enough bullets have gone through that this is going to be such a tough one, almost going down to the blue zone, but just in the nick of time, getting the final med right in there is going to be able to confirm that thirst onto Hainsley as well. So some really, really clutch medding coming in from him, keeping him alive in that fight. Is very, very difficult to take those fights. In the blue zone, Mercury has made a run for it to try and keep them alive inside safety, but he does spot that 4K team member up ahead, which is, of course, the signal to turn around and go somewhere else. The rest of C Esports and Carter are actually going to be rotating down there as quickly as possible to try and get into safety here. And yeah, it looks like Infinity will not be able to be picking up anything in this particular game, most likely. But at least that gives the opportunity to some of these other teams to maybe find some chickens here in this game.
Hopefully, and potential maybe 4KT, maybe ATROX now, natural killers potentially, Rila Insiders. There's so many options that left still for us to sort of come through with a winner chicken dinner. Interesting to find out what happened with Infant. They look to have the huge advantage on today's leaderboard, but unfortunately, it is just the disparity between Erangel and Sanhok that rarely means things get to be shaken up. But Sin really have made their rotations, and I'm happy to see Rogue Baby is not doing all the hero today in game number 2. He is rather having his full trio, but may find himself getting eliminated by Rids because he's not sure maybe if that player is there. No, he is taking up the damage, and Rids is going to be dealing it over here, but it is a wrap up and a goodbye to Rids. I feel that is going to come in willing, just giving up the cover, and he is taking the time to fall down, trying to be a John Wick, but unfortunately it is going to be a closed chapter for MGC game number 2, and beautiful kill point going into the team of Sin.
Yeah, there it is, picking up some more points there. Sincerity still fighting it out and doing really well to put so many points on the board these last few weeks. We've got ATROX up in the north. They're taking some fights against 7AOK, losing a couple of their members, but Natural Killers and 7AOK do need to rotate away as soon as possible. Wizards in going to get taken out in the meantime as well. We've got ATROX right here on the bottom of the mountain, taking some shots from Manfilas, who's got that LMG in hand. It's just throwing the bullets down in towards ATROX and giving them a really, really tough time. Both I'm High and Pika have been taken down, which is a massive problem considering that blue zone is coming up behind them. I don't think they have any chance of getting rezzed yet. Dead is just too far away on the side. So they're just going to have to take that loss, and hopefully Dead can try and stay alive, dodging and weaving through through the grass, but the third party is coming from all angles, all over the show. And 7AOK are going to be able to pick that up, no problem here, and find some extra points for themselves. Now looking towards the Natural Killers, who are making that quick rotation in. They've already got 2 players inside zone. In fact, Pine Nun looking like an absolute party right now. So many teams stacked up inside that compound there. That's going to be an absolute nightmare for anyone who tries to go in after these teams have already dug into that particular location. So I'm very interested to see how the zone decides to transpire, because we have 12 teams remaining, 33 players, and just about all of those teams are just squeezed into one central location right now.
Vera looking very much separated from his team. I'm hoping that he is able to make a, you know, get together with the team. Unfortunately, it's not going to be happening, as Kavera is going to find himself on the back foot and getting knocked. Skull is quite close, and Benefilis as well, but it is quite a risky play to try and go in for the revive. Potentially can happen, but it is a risky play, and it does look like maybe they will be able to do so. But Kavera was a bit separated from the team, and I kind of felt like it was going to be a nail-biting situation. And Abudi and Hammond and all these players, they just don't want to give up this potential confirmation that they can get for themselves. They are throwing in a couple grenades and the damages are being present. But now Skull as well finding himself down. And that's it, just the GG's, man. And what is happening here to 7AOK?
Yeah, not doing too well in this blue zone, in this very difficult situation as that blue zone comes on in. Oh, Kavira just able to get that res right on in and keeping themselves alive for the time being. That's going to be super, super huge for them. 7AK is still alive, so they've got their hopes and dreams, and they're keeping it alive for the moment. Team Somalia are going to have to rotate away from the situation. They want to keep ahead of the blue zone and preserve as many of their meds as possible. So you can see they're absolutely booking it, absolutely sprinting. Kavira is eventually going to go down, which is very unfortunate. Their man Fila is going to try and make that desperate dash into the blue, but I'm not sure if it's going to be doable at this point. 40 seconds left, 6 zones deep. Young Thunder now getting absolutely demolished here. The shots coming in. Young Thunder moving through. Natural Killers getting taken down as well. So it's just an absolute craziness over here in this compound that is now consumed by the blue zone. All the teams that were dug in are now facing down the barrel of some tough times. Rowe going to get gunned down by Kage as they move on in. See that Kage is also going to lose his life to the blue zone, which is highly unfortunate. 7AOK as well going to succumb to that particular. And that is exactly what I was talking about earlier on when I was saying that these teams very often, unfortunately, find themselves caught out by that blue zone just because of the difficult situations they find themselves in. And now we have just suddenly been reduced to 6 remaining teams. The Rila Inside is still 3 players strong here in the top 6 teams as the zone does get a whole lot smaller, and it is now so tiny that all of these players are trying to run in from the side, but the Rila Insiders have the control of the top of the hill. At Slime 4KT just don't have any chance to get up onto the top of this mountain. And you can see Aimer just trying desperately to find some damage, but is going to get taken down by the Rila Insiders, who've just got control of the top of this hill. Now they're moving up. The rest of the team's trying to make it in. Everyone's on that desperate scramble to stay alive. But as they come on in, they meet a very difficult situation where the Rila Insiders have control of the one side of the map. Natural Killers also have 4 of their players up on the other side of the map. So they're the other serious presence on the map right now. Rusty looks like he's stuck in blue, so that's going to be a difficult time. Kingerman also getting stuck in the blue zone, so I think they're about to get taken down. Optimus, the last remaining player for Rainbow Six. There's Kingerman going down to blue, and I think Rusty might be very soon to follow as well. In fact, I think he did just now. So it's got 3 teams. Yeah. It's Optimus for Rainbow Six, Rila Insiders, and Natural Killers. Of course, the question of who goes out second is really what we're looking for here, because Optimus might just be able to sneak for long enough to stay alive as Rila Insiders and Natural Killers go head to head.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we did see, in the early parts of this game, Rainbow actually losing a couple of their players, but Optimus was still alive, and I mentioned him being a really strong pillar of the team, and he is showing that exactly. Yes, no kill points, but it is still a lot of placement points. It's 10 points on the leaderboard that they get to secure for themselves. They've really shown up to the party today, and I've liked how they've managed to do so. But it does look like Natural Killers somehow are smelling him around, and maybe not, but they could potentially find him over here, and Optimus can take the clear shot onto Nova. He does so indeed, and now Nova's taken down. Can they get the revive? It doesn't look like it's possible, and this just puts Natural Killers in a tough position, because now Insider do have the opposition in terms of advantage over here, and ooh, just how about that?
Oh, Optimus really giving the short end of the stick over to the Natural Killers, who are trying so hard to get the points they desperately need. They are on the edge of Oblivion, and Roshi gonna get naded out. This is Rila Insiders now moving in for the kill, going for the throat. The first should come through for Rila Insiders onto Roshi, but no, the shots come in from Sela. Down goes Trip, and now the Natural Killers will not go without a fight. Cyrus trying to find something, but down they go. And it is going to be Rilla Insiders picking up the chicken dinner. Natural Killers coming in second, and both of those teams actually very much needed these position and placement points and these kill points. So really well done to Rilla Insiders and Natural Killers for getting some good points here on the board for themselves, and hopefully moving up away as far as possible from relegation.
Yeah, hopefully they get to do that. And we see Influencer, they didn't get the best of games, 12 place and 4 eliminations, and they also, were looking at grabbing the first place overall standings today, but unfortunately just not having the best of day or evening for them. So Influence Rage Africa just unable to push it further, but they still Miramar, and I've seen 20 plus kills come from Miramar with a set team. Maybe we get to see it today in the final game, but still spectacular performance. Rilla Insider with the winner chicken dinner. That's going to be a real good punch in the points for them.
Yeah, it's quite an unfortunate situation there at the end for Natural Killers. They had their squad, they had the numbers, things were going well, but then Optimus on that sideline really made it difficult. I mean, Natural Killers were already looking down a difficult kind of situation where they had to go toe to toe with the Rilla Insiders, who had that height advantage. They had some angles that they could potentially use, and they were trying to get that spread out to catch the angles. They already had players on the left hand side, on the right hand side. They had one player that got up there, but they didn't manage to scout out Optimus, and that was just the end of that. As soon as Optimus got that kill, they were very quick to deal with the problem, but as soon as it had happened, it was already over. They'd already lost a player. They were on the back foot, and then as soon as Rilla Insiders got that initial knock, they knew they could just pull the trigger, go down, take that win, and there it is. We've got our results here. Great to see the Natural Killers up in that final zone there. It's always nice to see them in the top slots there, and reminisce about when we saw them there almost on a regular basis here. So well done to them. 23 points there for the Rilla Insiders after that. A really nice performance. And the chicken, of course, the Natural Killers coming in with 18, followed closely by Aphelion Apex with 17. Double digits for Rainbow Six and Team Somalia. Really nice to see Somalia up on that double digits. Life, we got 4KTC and 7AOK scraping some points together as well, just getting some accumulation of those points and try and change their situation just a little bit. Not too sure if it's going to be enough for the likes of 7AOK, but I guess we will see at the end of map 3. In any case, some other teams managing to get themselves some points as well. Infant Rage, Young Thunder, Sincerity getting some points on the board for themselves. The rest of the teams, however, not so lucky to get those points, unfortunately. The Infinity AF getting taken out with only 1 point, so their streak has indeed been shut down. Yesterday they got the back-to-back. Today they only had the 1 chicken dinner, but I mean, they're quite happy with just having picked up that single chicken dinner already today. And the fact of the matter is we still have a map left where any one of these teams could make it happen.
Look at ATROX, managing to not grab any points, but we'll talk about that now as we look at Rusty from Aphelion Apex with 7 eliminations and 1,029 damage coming out from that game. Just talk about how active he was. I mean, to grab that much damage, he was absolutely beaming his ammunition onto the oppositions, and yeah, beautiful gameplay coming out from him, and an absolute well-deserved MVP. But yeah, ATROX, the MGC, Infinite AF, all these teams just not doing well in Sanhok, and it's questionable on why that happened. And we did see a couple of the MGC team being too aggressive. Yes, they got the knock, but they went in guns blazing, not really too aware of their surroundings, and that really gave them a nail biting moment. But for ATROX, GG's to them, and as well as Infinite AF, and hopefully Miramar now means okay. Let's try cover up our mistakes a bit better and show these guys what we made of.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, we wrap up map number 2 and we are ready to head into map number 3. So without further ado, we're going to head to a short break and then we will be right back with the craziness that is Miramar. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else. We've just gone through two crazy maps of today. We've had our Erangel, we've had our Sanhok. It's been quite interesting. Some chicken dinners have been picked up by some unusual suspects here and there. We had Infinity AF coming in and almost threatening to take another back-to-back. And I said if they took another back-to-back, I was going to start asking some questions. But they didn't, and it was Rila Insiders this time coming back at it. This is a team that we've definitely been waiting for to start getting those chickens because, man, they were absolutely dominating round one. Round two, they started to fall off a little bit, but they're bringing it back. They're showing us that they are still here to play, which is great to see. Also, of course, we've got the likes of the Natural Killers also picking up some kills and some placements there for themselves in that game, which is absolutely huge for them considering that they are currently fighting to get out of relegation. Now, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to make it. We'll have to look and see for the final standings or the overall standings when we're done with game number 3. But with that said, the rest of those performances for our previous game, the game number 5, that is, of course, the Sanhok. Game 7 Sins AOK picking up some points for themselves. That was a team that we had a lot of questions about because, I mean, they shouldn't be on that relegation. I mean, just thinking about how they were performing in round 1, how can they find themselves down here in threatening relegation?
I mean, at the same time, you still also have Aphelion, Apex, and Natural Killers in that same position. So when those teams are doing good and Seven Sins and Seven Sins Art of Killings are just pulling in a number of points, 5 is just not going to do it. So yes, they're chasing themselves out of that relegation phase, but at the same time, Aphelion, Apex, Natural Killers are doing the same thing. They don't want to be in that sticky situation, so they also trying to do as much. So it is a race between for tonight, Natural Killers, Seven Sins, Arts of Killings, Young Thunder, Team Somalia, Solo Esports, and to be quite frankly, those are the teams that were almost on the positions of relegations. So it's just not going to be enough for maybe Aphelion, Apex, and Natural Killers. They can try grab enough points, and they push themselves beyond a G3 temper and potentially sideman onto into a good position, and hopefully we get to see that in Miramar. This is literally pinnacle points for these teams, and it's going to be an interesting one. I'm looking at that leaderboard, Patchy, and it's going to be a sweaty game number 3, or a mistake from many teams, and we're not going to be seeing Seven Sins Arts of Killing doing what they do, or Natural Killers being the natural beasts that they are, and it's just going to be a mistake of a game. But we'll wait and have to see. I don't know, what do you have to say about this one?
Well, I mean, heading into Miramar, we've seen a lot of teams be quite capable here. It is a map where you have to be very aware of the angles. Maybe the teams were finding themselves under a lot of pressure in games number 1 and 2 because of the closeness, the proximity. Of course, we had map number 1 with that crazy zone down south. So all the teams found themselves kind of fumbling to get down there, crossing bridges, and then, of course, getting towards the end where things were a little bit difficult. And then map number 2 was kind of the same, where we had a finisher where teams actually jam themselves into a compound. We saw like 4 or 5 teams in the same compound, and the zone shifts all the way to the other side, and they have to climb a hill, go down a hill, and they're just kind of fighting, and it's a little bit chaotic for them. So it was very, very difficult for those last 2 games. Map number 3, however, there's a lot more space. It's a bit more open. Teams have a chance to do something that I really, really enjoy personally. It's something that we actually don't see enough of, but we saw some interesting initiative in map number 1 that harkens to this. But basically, what I really enjoy the possibilities on a map like Miramar is the fact that you can actually go and find a team and 1v1 them basically without too much of a threat of third parties. Of course, there is always the shots that could come in from afar, the long range engagements from hills. But basically, there's a sort of time window, a period right in the beginning of the game where you can actually get yourself equipped and go and find a team nearby. Even if you see somebody drop nearby close in a compound next door or something, you can actually go and fight them if you feel like you're equipped enough and get stuff going. So it really is, a window of opportunity that you can use to take a fight and get some points, move up the hill leaderboard without the threats of the third parties, which is super, super huge. And maybe that's what the teams are looking for now after 2 kind of claustrophobic games, moving into a little bit more wide open spaces. With that, maybe we'll see a little bit more performance coming from some of the other more usual suspects, but maybe not. I mean, right now, all of the teams have been stepping up in their own right. We've seen a lot of the teams from round one who were kind of keeping a little bit more reserved. They've started to
Yeah.
bust out those reserves and kind of perform here in round number two. And I think a lot of teams are finding that difficult to contend with.
Yeah, no, and like teams like the Magicians, I don't know if their round one performance was not up to par for me. Like they did make some decent consistency, but I would have expected a lot more better coming out of them. So to see them where they are positioned right now on the leaderboard for round two, it is really a good achievement for me. ATROX, they can maybe pick up things a little bit over there, as well as Rila Insider, just maybe a little bit, but it is gonna be a tough ending to the round two, and I'm hoping that we get to see some of the teams that are really down in the pinnacle point of the Nkosi promotions that we had, 7A okay and so forth, to make it out of this and continue into the progression of the games that we have and try to grab an overall standings where they safe.
Yeah, and at this point, we have to start asking the questions of which teams do we think are perhaps more capable on a map like a Miramar, because we've seen these teams all have their own sort of play styles and the map that they really, really like. When it comes
Yeah.
to a map like Miramar, which teams do we really know traditionally and sort of historically have had a little bit more success here on this map? And which ones are we actually expecting to move on up? Personally, I think that Sincerity maybe has a bit of a chance to get something
Okay.
going. I recall that they had a pretty good performance some time ago on this particular map. Maybe they could find that again. I saw them doing quite well on map number one, so there's a potential chance there for them.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll actually see the Natural Killers doing something here as well. Maybe the extra space and ability to make plays happen might just be useful for them to get on up, because we know
Yeah.
that they
Yeah.
really, really need the points. And you were, of course, talking about teams like Aphelion, Apex, Natural Killers, Seven Sins, and of course Young Thunder that are really fighting to get out of relegation. It's a fight between them for points.
Yeah, it's almost near impossible for Team Somalia and Solo Esports, but Young Thunder, Seven Sins Art of Killings, Natural Killers, and Aphelion Apex, they have the opportunity, right? Like to really do well this game and then push the likes of BBC G3 Temper Sidemen down, because you also still have C in this one, so they also grabbing points on the leaderboard, because as players and teams start to die, everyone is equally earning placement points. It now comes down to who is the most active. So it's literally guns and blazings, and we have to see a consistency in kill points for game number three. They can't really hog onto the idea that if I play it safe, I'm getting placement points. So are my oppositions, who are also in a sticky situation, who are also running away with points just as equal as me. So it is going to be I'm hoping it is going to be a gamble for these teams. I'm hoping that they understand what sticky situation they're in here, Apache, because these are the teams that are in equal opportunity to push into a better ending for tonight in the evening for this weekend. Hopefully we get to see that, but it's still very much questionable whether or not it will happen, and it's going to be a scary one.
Yeah. So at the moment, we are waiting for our teams to get into the lobby to make sure that they are locked in and ready to go for game number three. So hopefully it won't be too much longer before we get into that. Obviously, apologies to keep you waiting, but we're going to go over a couple of potential situations here at the moment. We have Aphelion Apex that are currently sitting in position number 16 with Natural Killers just below them in position 17. The amount of points that are currently separating them is very, very low. Like literally one game could change those positionings. And when we start to talk about that, the thing that kind of blows my mind right now is the fact that, let's just say a team like Aphelion Apex or Natural Killers drops some serious points on the board. Now we're talking about them potentially catching up on G3, which is kind of crazy, because usually you expect G3 to be on that first page. You don't even think about them like, oh, we don't even think about G3 being threatened. Now there's a little bit of a threat. Now they're kind of in a bit of a shaky boat. They're like, we have relegation zone over here. G3 is just here. They're like just above that limit. where they're still safe, but not for much longer if these teams decide to really start sprinting. Aphelion Apex, I mean, they're 72 points at the moment, I believe, and G3 is sitting towards 81, so that's not too far away.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
one good game.
it's literally 14 points for Natural Killers to push themselves above G3, and only 10 points for Aphelion Apex. So it is possible. It's not the biggest massive points you need. It's 4 kill points and third place for Natural Killers. It is fourth place and a couple kills for Aphelion Apex, and they potentially push down G3 into a weird position.
Yeah, which is very, very strange to see coming in on that. Definitely not what we expected to be looking at this point in time, but it is. I mean, that's how it goes. This is what we see, and of course, we're going to have to wait and see if G3 can respond a little bit, and of course, we'll see that a little bit later next week. So, of course, if you guys are keen to check out what is going on, make sure you follow Nodwin Gaming on all the socials and keep up to date with what's happening. You can also visit nodwingaming.africa as well if you're keen to check things out, or even if you want to sign up for the Nkosi Super Cup and try and get yourself into the Umzansi League, because that is it. We've got prizes in Nkosi as well. We've got some serious prizes, as you saw in the beginning of today's broadcast. So if you're keen, if you've got a team, maybe get yourself up here and give it a shot. In any case, we're about to dive into map number 3. It is going to be Miramar, and we have a lot to prove here, ladies and gentlemen. These teams have got some work to do. They've got to put the points on the board, and of course, we have our teams like Aphelion Apex, who are very close to putting a little bit of a pressure on G3, let's say. So, of course, we're loading in. Our flight path is here. It goes from south to north, and we're going to be dropping down onto this map. Do you think we're going to be seeing a slow game from the start here, Ira, or we're going to be seeing a little bit of a quicker pace?
I'm hoping for a quick pace because, like I mentioned, placement points just means that you allowing your oppositions to be equal, or the same pegging as you. And if they do have already a lead onto you, then what's the point? You got like Aphelion Apex who have 72 points, and then Natural Killers who have 67. So that is a 5-point lead, and if you're allowing your oppositions to continue with the same pegging points of placements, then you're not going to get anywhere, right? So hopefully Natural Killers understands that. I mean, it is their name, they stand for it. I mean, they must know that they need to become the natural beast of the jungle and really start to imitate what their name's all about and try to get those eliminations and killings and so forth. But let's see what happens. I mean, I'm gonna throw out the question: who do you think is gonna be the winner chicken dinner right now for this game number 3?
You know what? I think my answer is going to be quite biased because I just saw 3 teams drop down onto that southern island. We've got Natural Killers, ATROX, and Solar Esports dropping down onto that southern island, getting themselves 1,000 patchy points each, just because I really like that. And because of those 1,000 patchy points, I'm gonna say that Solar Esports, ATROX, or Natural Killers are going to be winning today on Miramar. I think they're going to be taking, one of them is going to be taking the chicken dinner here for this game. You see, that's what happens when you collect those patchy points. You start to get some of that cast a blessing out of your boy.
Well, I would love that. Like, I just so that you could get the commentator love, I would love for Natural Killers to, come through with a winner chicken dinner game number 3. They rarely had the opportunity last time around, game number 2. But Optimus, he just had to ruin the opportunity over there for them. See, look very much happy over here, but they are going to be in a contention over here of Spawn, and that seems to be going over to GST, which I believe is Team Somalia.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so then that means for Team Somalia, they can try to dampen the lead. We still have 2 more weeks of round 2, and there we go. Kingman is able to find Wizard Zen, and Wizard Zen, with his wizardry, he's able to not help the team now. So let's see what happens. Anand is gonna come through, and I don't know. Does he have no weapons at hand? Is he just gonna go punch away?
It would be funny. You could just walk up with, give him a bit of a knuckle sandwich. That's always fun.
Yeah, it does look like maybe he is looting up, but Wizard is out of this one, and a team Somalia will be picking up some kill points over here. Potentially, they can pick up the entire C team, and you can see risks, trying to get out of this one in his vehicle to disengage over here, Apache, and it's eating up already, fast paced, like I can imagine it would be.
Yeah, busy chasing risks around. He's trying to get out of there as soon as possible, rotates away, gets the health in, and now he's right back on into the thick of things, trying to go and assist the team because, yeah, Team Somalia has been putting quite a bit of pressure on to see esports here. Bernie is very far away from the rest of the team, Risks and Ellie on the other side of the compound, so he needs to be very careful because Benji is there on the other side, and he was kind of chasing Risks away. Just have to be careful about that. But you're absolutely right. Things have definitely started off nice and quick here for Miramar, at least for the time being. I think the rest of the teams are just getting themselves looted and going as quickly as they can because, of course, map number 3, there is so much riding on this map. There's so much work to do, so many points to be gotten, but those points are finite. They are limited. And well, with only one game left for this week's games, this is where it's got to happen for these teams. Of course, like you mentioned, we still have some weeks to go, but I mean, every game, you got to make the most of it. You really, really have to make the most of it. You got to put as many points as you can because, of course, as the rounds go on, the other teams are going to be doing that as well. So you really do need to match and then, of course, outmatch them if you want to make any viable progress up that leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully for natural killers, they get to put that pressure on. Maybe even if it's a tie points, it's fine, because they still got that 2 weeks to work with, and then they they can work their way up the leaderboard. I'm really hoping they get to, but this is where things get really tight. They start to eliminate and relegate the the jargon and the bad hairs and so forth, and then we are left with the elite teams. But it's only round 2, so if they've managed to somehow make a comeback with the first 2 weeks that they've had already, being that they're now in the almost relegation phase, and then make a comeback in the next 2 weeks and they just somehow work it off, it's going to be tough for them still in the season 4 of Umzansi, because it's the competition's not going to get thin, right? It's just going to keep on getting more sweaty and sweaty, and things are not going to be too easy for these teams to have a little bit of a pop off when they feel like they should.
Yeah. Now we just wait to see if the teams feel like they're going to pop off anytime soon. We've got the Rila insiders rolling around inside that zone, looking for potentially Team Somalia, looking maybe to take over that space or get nice and comfy. We've also got 7 since AOK in that region, so definitely going to be looking for something in that particular location. I'm just trying to see. We've got a Fit and Apex up in the northeast, so they're rolling down. They're pretty much alone, no problem on that front. See Esports still terrorizing here with Team Somalia. Of course, Team Somalia has been hot on their trail, so these guys are just kind of going back and forth and trying to scare one another away, but no one's giving just yet. The fact of the matter is they are inside the zone at this point, so they don't really have to go anywhere. They can just keep fighting for the time being. There's plenty of space inside the zone right now, so there's not going to be much in the way of fighting space, but we have to go back to thinking about, do we take these fights to try and open up that space, or do we wait it out a little bit? Because, I mean, like I was mentioning earlier, one of the greatest things about the early phases of Miramar is that you can potentially isolate a 1v1 and make it a little bit easier for yourself to win out.
Definitely. It's almost the weirdest positions to be in. And you, like you say, do you go in and risk it to open the space up? I don't know. Like for me personally, I'm a safe player, so I would just let the oppositions have that open space and have that place for themselves. But Solo and ATROX over here, do they know ATROX is in the water? I mean, ATROX other teammate is literally drowning Soho. He's almost dead over there if he keeps on staying under the water. But Samurai and Yajuru are just here keeping a watch, potentially fishing for some eliminations, and hopefully they will be able to find some. But it doesn't look like they are aware of the players here, but they still very much cautious because maybe they have some intel that Aatrox is making the rotation into the ocean river bank.
Yeah, they are in a bit of a difficult spot here. Samurai moving up, maybe looking to try and find the rest of these players. Not too sure if he's going to be able to pinpoint all of them, but here we are. Our zone has started to move on in. It is going through towards the west, and the teams are rotating accordingly. Samurai, with his perch up here on the top of the cliffside, he is looking for a couple of those Aatrox players, but they have managed to evade his gaze for the time being. So they will continue to stay safe, but certainly I'm not too sure what led to this particular scenario, but an interesting decision to just hurl themselves into the river and try and keep themselves alive that way. The zone has shifted once again. It's gone west again. So, of course, they are going to have to rotate out of this position. Aatrox will not be safe here for much longer. In fact, they're not even safe here right now. Those shots from Ujira and the rest of Solar Esports are still coming through. And it looks like Solo are just going to keep the crosshairs trained right in this direction until they have picked up every single one of these Aatrox players right now. It's going to be a tough time for them to try and survive. And in the kill feed, looks like Rogue is getting exploded. So not going to be able to snake this one out for now. The rest of the team starting to roll on into the zone, and everyone's got their own space. Team Somalia still up in the north. We've got the Magicians down in the west, quite a number of teams in the south, and yeah, everyone is still pretty much on the board at this stage. So the fights could still go either way.
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking Aphelion Apex playing a slow rotation, with the blue zone over there, trying to find themselves in the dead side. But this could potentially still put them in a sticky situation going forward because of how, these players find the best positionings and things that are not available to them now. But hopefully they use their vehicles for cover and they manage to make it in. And look over here, Solo, they being so aggressive. And I mean, they do need it in the end, right? Aatrox did find themselves some cover. They are in the building, and now Solo has made an impact to come into this position. Pika going straight into the water, not looking to take any fight over here. But Pika is a tap, so if Samurai is able to just locate him, doesn't look like it's possible. ATX dead is exactly that. He's gonna find himself dead in a one-on-one situation with Yajuru and Soho as well. And Arturo is just doing so good, managing to pick up two of these kills over here. And Aatrox, unfortunately, just finding himself in a sticky situation for the end of the evening of the week 2. I mean, it's been a tough position for them. I thought they were gonna do so well today and maybe grab some points to put them up even closer to the top of round 2, but fortunately, it just hasn't been their evening here, Patchy. And you spoke quite good for them. I'm quite disappointed, Patchy.
Hey, listen, I take no accountability for anything that goes on right here on the map. And, well, I mean, we can still see something coming out here. Solar Esports moving up, Negas and Ujiro just making sure that they are staying alive at this point. I am high trying to get stock of the situation. But truly a difficult spot to be in. However, we'll find a nice pickup there. Ujiro now the next one coming down. The rest of Solar Esports is on the back end, so this is a little bit of an opportunity, but he doesn't check the corner again, and he's going to get taken up from behind. Now Pika on a mad dash up a hill to try and see if he could save the day, but I think he's a bit too far away and just too much on the plate to try and handle. Up comes the Blue Zone, of course, dealing a little bit of damage, and things are not going to be very easy for them. The Thirst should be able to come through here for Solo. That's going to leave Pika all alone to try and carry the weight of the hopes and dreams of his team on his shoulders here for the rest of this map. So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate, but the zone will shift up once again. It's going to go slightly to the south. All of the teams inside the zone are going to be quite happy with the shift. Natural Killers, Young Thunder, 7OK, and of course 4KT and Sincerity all going to be fine with that. The rest of the team's going to shift down slightly. The Magicians up in the north with Infinity. We've also got the Insiders moving down. So that's Influence Rage on the one side, Infinity on the on the east. Aphelion Apex up in the north also coming on down. So things are going to be heating up once again once these teams start to get closer.
Yeah, definitely. And what a good rotations coming out from Solo and Natural Killers, that were in the patchy points of spawn, but it's just Aatrox to find the bite over there. And now we are fine, Influencer Rage being, in a fight here with MGC. Suli managing to do quite well with Paradox, but unfortunately turning his back around, he is going to get a knocked over their Legacy going in for the revive, and there could be potential third parties coming in from Aphelion Apex, but I don't see it actually happening because remember, this team is just trying to do as much as they can to get out of the positions they find themselves in. As it stands currently right now, they are safe, but those points could put them on the leaderboard and be good for them. But the battle is still happening here for Influencer, and you do have Hansley, and now just two individuals left out from Influencer Rage, and that's just Influence Rage, and that's just going to be GG's. But now we are seeing a good flank and hopefully a confirmation coming in from Mercury.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in at the moment. Silly has moved off just a little bit, so things are very difficult here. Ash looking for that pop up, but the Magicians, they need to get out of this situation very quickly. They were stacked up. A single nade might have just wiped them out right there, but thankfully they do manage to get rezzed up. They do manage to get healed up. Now, of course, Mercury on the rotate down. The road is going to try and speed off into the distance. Legacy trying to land the shots, but won't find anything now. Of course, Influence have taken up residence in the compound, so they'll be a little bit safer at this time. The Magicians are going to have to get their rotate through as well. Looks like Team Somalia, Benji is going to be moving down from El Paza hopefully pretty soon. Magician's going to have to find their spot in zone at some point. I'm not too sure where they're going to go, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see, because right now that zone is kind of looking a little bit packed, and we're about to move in towards the mid game, so that space is going to start running out more and more, and these teams are going to have to start fighting for some good spots. Down in the south, you could see a couple of the teams down in the north, or up in the north, should I say, a couple of teams as well. So I can start to see the fighting happening. And right here, Magician's going to have to go head to head with Influence Rage right up ahead of them.
Yeah, no, it does not look good for them. Their vehicles are being targeted over here, and now they need to make the rotation. Legacy is taking quite the damage in the zone over here, and it does look like he's not going to be able to make it. So MGC just unfortunately finding himself against the wall over here. You can see he's on a smither of HP, and it doesn't look like he's going to get out of it, as the blue zone does eat him up over here. And for Influence Rage, we could say that they played it so much more better in their books. They were down one man very quickly in that fight with MGC, but then we did see the flank coming out from Mercury to get a knock onto MGC, and then they played it to their advantage, and now we are seeing Ash being eliminated completely, and that's a team wipe out and about from NGC. Very unfortunate to see them perform like they did in Miramar. Hopefully, they get to re-question and just ponder on what they can do better. I've always loved MGC in terms of their rotations and how they play it, but when they get into tough positions, they just seem to stiff up and they can't really do a lot of things to their advantage.
Yeah. Well, now we move our attention over towards 7A. Okay, we've got Skull right at the top here of this mountain watching the insiders, but up comes Mercury. He's going to spearhead the charge right into the compound. This is a difficult place to be. They're going to be pushing up against Rila insiders and also 7A. Okay, up on this hill. This is going to be a difficult one. The LMG is going ham on them. They have to duck and cover as soon as they can to try and get into the compound, but that compound is already occupied, and they're going to find that out very, very soon. Sully gets naded out of existence there, and there is no chance for support from the rest of the team. They have walked into a death trap, and that death has closed the very cold jaws around Hainsley and the rest of the crew. There's very little that they can do in this situation. How unfortunate to roll up into the middle of a standoff between these teams with 7AK. This vantage point at the top of the hill. Now the Rila insiders can basically just pick up 2 free kills here on Hainsley and Mercury, unless they can maybe sneak around and try and get something done. If they can find a pick onto the Rila insiders, maybe they can rotate away, but it's going to be a mad dash to the car and trying to run out of the situation as quickly as they can, because they have walked into the lion's den, and escaping it is not as easy as getting in.
Yeah, I feel here like Manfilis and Mastre should really start positioning themselves more onto that hill, on that cliff over there. Yes, they put themselves in a vulnerable situation, but there is so much opportunity to pick up eliminations. Look at Road taking a massive peak over there. That was a free elimination if they just had more, POVs onto the fight over there. So come on, um 7A, okay, make better decisions going into the fights over here. But Influence, they somehow still stay alive over here, throwing in a couple grenades onto Insider, shots happening onto Master, and oh, A-okay, putting themselves in a vulnerable position like I mentioned. But they didn't trade off anything, and they didn't put themselves in a good fight off standing point. Manfield is now just trying to get that revive. But honestly, at this point, they must look over into this position. Those are two free eliminations, potentially even more onto Insiders, because if they just come out to the open, you can seriously get a massive beam onto the team. But it doesn't look like Master and them are going to be too aggressive in this position. Vera as well, he can go to the opposite cliff, and there's eliminations for them, but they're playing it so safe, and I am kind of disappointed in that because this is literally free kill points for them.
Yeah, they have to be really careful about getting hit by the insiders, though. They've got the blue zone to their back, and right up ahead of them, they do have the Rila insiders keeping that angle. But now the Rila insiders have decided to pull the trigger just a little bit, come up there, start claiming the kill. 7AOK has to make the rotate. They are split up, and now they find themselves in a terrible position. Manfield is going to have to jump out and try and res up in the zone. Rila insiders realize that they are in a very difficult position. Instead of trying to fight against the blue zone, they're just going to get out of there. They know they've picked up some kills. They're already in a good position. They can just move. Sincerity, in the meantime, taking out the rest of 7 AOK. They're just going to be picking up some kills for themselves. Rila Insiders, of course, relocating, putting the hits in towards Aphelion Apex. Manfield is getting taken down. In the meantime, Mercury going to rotate away from what is just a horrible situation that they walked into a little bit earlier. Team Somalia getting eliminated there as well as the chaos starts to happen all across the board. Mercury trying to find the shots, and this is exactly what he needs to do. He's looking for the damage. He's looking for the kills. He needs to keep his team in this game. He needs to try and pack on those points for the team, and he is trying. Meds, of course, coming right on up. The Rila Insiders have moved up to 7 AOK. Skull and Kavira, the last two players here in this compound. Zeke moving up on the back line, should be able to do something, but Skull, he is keeping a watchful eye on the flank, and so is Rao. The Rila Insiders making sure that they are scouring the rest of the land as well. They don't get snuck from behind. Natural Killer's off in the distance, going to try and move up the side of the mountain, but they're also getting hit from all over the show. And that western side of the zone looking absolutely chaotic right now. Skull on the approach, moving up. We've seen some eliminations going in there. Seller getting taken down, and Natural Killer's getting eliminated. And Skull tries to swivel around in the nick of time, but the Rila Insiders, there's too many players to try and take down. Kavira could come up for the res, but he has to be careful because there are third-party shots all over the show, and they are just not able to contain the situation. He thought he was fighting the Rila Insiders, but the truth of the matter was he was also fighting Young Thunder and 4KT up on that side of the mountain. Solo and 4KT also going at it on the one side. J Rilla does get eliminated, and the Insiders suffering a few losses there from 4KT. You can see Zeus is keeping himself in the fight as 4KT are looking to win this one out with only 3 players. Young Thunder have 2 players left alive here. We've got 6 teams currently on the map still.
This is good.
And they are absolutely going at it for this fight. It is Hills, it is Smoke, it is third parties, and Superior gets taken down. Slime 4KT mounting an attack, but getting taken out from behind as well. They have to be super careful and quick on the draw. Adonis goes down. Young Thunder do find themselves eliminated as well. ATROX with Pika still alive all the way from the beginning, where things didn't go too well for them. And Pika has managed to keep them alive. Now Sincerity under fire, and Infinity just take them down. Unfortunately, caught out in this ditch. There were too many angles held in their direction, and they get eliminated. And now Dizzy is going to take their loot and take that position away from them. Infinity AF looking to maybe win some more points. They've already made it into top 4 once again.
Yeah, and if you look now, you do got 4 teams alive, but the 3 teams consist of only 2 players. Infinity AF can come through with some revive, but will 4KT be able to do that? In fact, 4KT do have 3 of their players, and we are seeing Ujiro getting taken down, and nice shots coming in from Season over here. He's just trying to beam from that distance. Unfortunately, not able to connect anything surreal, but it does have the advantage that he is in the safe zone for now as it stands. And Infinite AF is just trying their level best to make the rotation be drawn right now. He can be a optimist in this situation and turn things around for 4KT if he wants to. And 3 players from 4KT as well, and 1 from Solo, 1 from ATROX, 4 from Infin.
Right, well, Bjorn has just been eliminated. Infinity AF have 4 players on the board right now. That is a difficult situation to be in because we already know that Infinity AF are quite a capable team. And if you give them that chance, if you give them a finger, they'll take a hand right now. Pika just trying to stay alive, keeping the hopes and dreams. He is making sure that the stealth game is on point. 4KT now have to turn their attention towards Influence. Or Infinity AF, should I say. Citizen's going to get out of there as soon as he can. He realizes that it's probably not a good idea to 1v4, and so they're just going to retreat back to the one side, reposition their 4KT, try and get them into a good spot that's going to force Infinity AF into a difficult situation. But can they force them to make a mistake is the question. Can they do that? Right now, Infinity AF, they're just keeping their cool. Dizzy on the one side, he's watching the flank, making sure that the rest of the squad can stay capable. So isn't actually going to rotate around the side. Lots of damage in towards ammo. Slime 4KT, very, very accurate. You can't really doubt that. You have to try and peek them with some extra angles and maybe take them down from the side, but no, they are going to find some shots. Zeus does get a knock onto Lucas, and that's going to make things difficult for Infinity AF. The res has to come through, but no one is committing to this fight just yet. Pika is the only one with the wild card in his hand. He might just be able to catch 4KT out here unaware, unexpected. No, he gets caught with nade in hand. That is, oh, what a tragedy. Not able to take any of those 4KT players out. But now the damage from 4KT is coming through to Influence Rage. Or I keep missing this one up. Infinity AF is what we're looking to see. I see INF and I'm like, is that Influence? But it's not. It's Infinity AF, and the damage is coming through. Those nades are flying, but the return fire from Infinity AF is enough to keep 4KT at bay for now. They've got the defense here in this compound. They theoretically should have the advantage, but that nade knocks Kato and Dizzy, and that should be it. That is the go signal for 4KT to move in and take this chicken straight out of the hands of Infinity AF. Up they come. Thirst should be easy, and now they're focusing their attention towards Lucas and Ammo inside the other building. This might just be done and dusted unless they can pull something out of the hat right now. Ammo is looking for the angle, but Lucas is very low on HP, and with that knock, that should secure it. Lucas is so low on HP, there's no ways he can win this against 4KT, who've come in like a storm and taken that chicken dinner.
Wow, what a game coming out from 4KT. The grenades from this team, they might as well go play for basketball at this point because they just so accurate with their throws. They get the winner chicken dinner as well with a massive amount of 14 eliminations. Infinity AF unfortunately second with only 3, ATROX with third, Pika coming through with an absolute clutch of a play, grabbing as much placement points as he can. And we did see the players such as Young Thunder. I think it was Young Thunder in the end game, and I was like, this is good for them. They did have 2 of their players alive, and they had 4 eliminations, but it was 3 teams and them before they could really start to put points on the leaderboard and then try to sort of change things for themselves a little bit, but not too much. But then it was for KT to just end dreams, and end the theaters for many people over there because they were just running all over the leader, all over the lobby over, and with 14 eliminations, I mean exactly that, right?
Yeah, Absolutely. Infinity AF doing a good job to make it up so high, and they really have come in swinging in round number 2. And for KT, they've just reminded us that they are certainly not to be trifled with. They have some
Yeah.
exceptional skills, but not just in the form of rotations, not just in the form of fighting, but also the expertise with those grenades just on point. They just go in, they know exactly where to place them, and just nade every team that is ahead of them out of existence. You know, if you're keeping all that util to the point where you feel like you need it, then you know it's gonna be a bad time for you. And Infinity AF have just felt the brunt of that, unfortunately. But there it is, very well done for them to pick up that
Yeah.
second place. 4KT actually dropping that 29, almost to 31, 1 point away, one
Oof.
kill away from that 30 bomb after that chicken dinner. Had 14
Yeah.
kills, which is absolutely nuts. 4KT, they keep doing this kind of stuff. They'll just drop a 30 bomb, you know, so at some stage when they feel like it.
Yeah, they just it's just crazy, you know, like they just dominated. We did see them in game one being potential, maybe contestants to winning the game, the way they controlled the fight against MGC. But it's game number 3 where they actually show their true talent and what they're capable of. And we almost saw Infinity AF actually getting 2 wins tonight, but unfortunately, second place, putting themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. That blue zone, either way, was going to play to their disadvantage if they didn't get those grenades to them. So for 4KT, they could have just played the waiting game and patience game, because they were still going to win this one either way. So all favors were screaming for KT. You see Young Thunders on that first page, and you just had hope that they did so much more better. But unfortunately, 6th place and 4 kills is what they're going to get. And then Solar Esports picked up 13 points. So at least, no, they're not at the bottom no more. They're starting to pick up some official points on the leaderboard and so forth. And for the Rainbow, unfortunately, this time around, not showing their aggressive gameplay like we did see in game number 1 and 2. They are going to be taken out quite early. CS Sports as well, Natural Killers, Aphelion, Apex. These are some of the teams that for Aphelion, Apex, Seven Sins, and as well as Natural Killers, they were some of the people we were looking at. The Magicians just not showing up to the party today at all. Seeing where they were on the leaderboard at the beginning of these 3 games to where they are right now, it's almost as if they didn't even play today. So really hoping the Magicians get to really revive themselves in the break. But yeah, absolutely amazing performance nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, Aimer from 4KT picking up the MVP there for his team. 7 kills, 829 points of damage, 25 minutes, 33 seconds survival time for him. And certainly 4KT coming in there with some heavy hitting, as we are well aware that they are certainly possible or capable of. And so just reminding us that they certainly can do that. Good to see Solo Esports moving up, at least picking up some points, but it might just be too little too late. In any case, we have seen 4KT take their throne at the top at the moment, 146 points for them, followed very, very closely by the Infinity AF, who have done a fantastic job this weekend even. And of course, today, taking that chicken dinner and getting up to top 5s all the time. We've got Interns Raid sitting there in 3rd place. So they are certainly another team that is not to be trifled with, along with Lag Esports. ATROX still up here. The Magicians have found themselves on the first page as well. So they're A-OK for the time being. Rila Insiders as well are just fine. Rainbow Six following them very closely. You can see the scores on this first page are just really, really close. Very, very close. Neck and neck. 103, 109, 108. Very, very close. Sincerity actually also passing that 100-point mark. So they have now reached that milestone, and they are heading up the second page here, sitting there very, very comfortably for the time being. Zero Tolerance following them very closely as well. And good to see Team Unique and C Esports in that particular location as well. This is where things start to get a little bit suspect as we move down the list. Sidemen, G3, Temper, BBC, and Aphelion Apex certainly under a little bit of pressure here. Now, I don't have any doubts that G3 is certainly going to be able to move on up. But the real question is, who are these teams going to be that actually step it up? Because as we mentioned, you know, time is starting to run out with a couple of weeks left. You know, there's very limited. I mean, there are a finite number of games still left. Now, if you're capable, you can maybe drop a 30 bomb and move yourself up out of a sticky situation. So let's take stock of this final page here. This is the relegation page. For those of you watching at home, this is the page that you do not want to be on when this round ends, because you will be relegated from the tournament. And well, that's a feels bad, man. So right here, for the time being, the Natural Killers are on this page. They're in 17, but they're in a really good position to move up off this page, depending on their performance, moving forward. You can see they're on 70 points, which is very, very close to that previous page. To those teams at the bottom there. The teams that have to put the most work in start right here with Young Thunder sitting on 59.7, AOK 55, Team Somalia 53, Solo and Rain from Hell on 42, and of course Fear with 29, which is going to make things very, very difficult for them. I think for the most part, the Natural Killers are definitely in contention, and then maybe we move down into Young Thunder, 7 AOK, Somalia, Solo. Those are teams that I really expected to be doing a little bit more, but I think a lot of teams have started to step up in a huge way in terms of the fact that we're coming to the end of the round. So I think they're finding it a little bit tough to find that groove, to find that momentum, but I don't have any doubts that they still have the potential to do so. And of course, they can make that happen in preview or in the coming games.
Well, it's possible, but looking at your kill leaders after the evening, you got Infant Kato with 27 eliminations, an average survival of 1919 and 3,816 damage. Not far behind is Zeus from 4KT with 24 and a damage of 5,660. So he's definitely bringing in the damage over there. That is massive. And then for Suli, out from Influence Rage Africa, he's gonna be bringing himself 22 eliminations and 4,433 damage, and then coming in from Rainbow is going to be Prime with 20 kills and then 4,030 damage as well. These are some serious damages over here that we are seeing, Patchy. I mean, also from Slime 4KT with Zeus. Like, holy, that is a massive one to bring home for him.
Yeah, I mean, we know that 4KT is capable of these crazy numbers, but to see it happening again and again is just always fantastic to watch. I mean, dropping over 5k damage points in a round already. We're not even done with the round. It's just absolutely nuts. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can continue to bring us. But with that, we have to wrap up our games for today. All 3 games are finished. We have 2 weekends left of round number 2. And of course, that is happening on the 5th of October. So we're not going to be here next week. Make sure, in November, the 5th of November. Make sure you return on the 5th of November to see the rest of these crazy games that are still heading up here. Can these teams get out of relegation? Who knows? We'll just have to stick around and watch, and make sure you join us back again on the 5th of November. For now, that is it from us. Make sure to check Nodwin Gaming out on all the socials and visit nodwingaming.africa if you want some more information, or if you'd like to maybe sign up for the Nkosi Super Cup. And with that, that is it from your boy Patchy. Make sure you comment down on the video if you have any thoughts, if you want to maybe dissect some of the things that are happening today. Let us know what you think. And with that, that's it from me, your boy Patchy, and I will see you again next time.